Good morning. Rise and shine, everyone. We are ready for another day. More defense. Second day of defense starting their case. Yesterday, we had a very informative day with defense witnesses. I feel like it was kind of a let's drag mom. Sorry, that's my feeling, my opinion. I forgot my banner. 1 second. Get the banner. Where is it? There we go. I kind of did struggle a little bit on what I was hearing from the children of a mom that they loved. Thoughts? How did you guys feel? Did you feel the same when you were listening to it? I kind of want to go over it a little bit today. I think that's what we are going to do over the lunch break, is kind of break down, listen, and then I want to actually stop it. I keep meaning to say I want to play this during the lunch break, and we'll stop and start it and talk about it. Some of the stuff of what was being said by Emma, especially. I need to dive more into his, but I did really get into her testimony because I feel like of all the kids so far, she seems to be the closest to dad, and seems like the one who would pretty much say what she needs to say to help out dad. Just saying. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the whole day up, and and kind of go over a little bit of what she did have to say. So we are on day what did I put up? I forgot. 27. Okay. So day 26 was yesterday. Duh. Uh it was a doozy of a day. I found myself rolling my eyes a lot, and if I didn't show on the camera, it's because I was rolling them internally. Trying to remember, you're on camera, watch what you do. Oh, so Nate said that there were more people who wanted to get into the trial yesterday than any other day thus far in the trial, and I agree. The gallery looked packed. I made a comment about, look at how many people are there. We only get to see this little tiny portion of the gallery, but it seemed and it felt like it was a lot more packed than yet in the trial, which is understandable. I mean, this is defense. This is what we're sitting here waiting. What are they going to say? What are they going to say about Tammy? I personally feel like a little bit of all this was thrown on Tammy's shoulders. Like they're trying to blame her, say stuff. My mom, I'll get into it. So Nate also said that many weren't able to get in, and that they are going to bring in the ticketing system starting next week. So he says, if you are planning a trip to Boise this week to attend the trial, save your time and money, because most likely you won't get in. You probably would end up sitting in the hallway like many had to do yesterday. So, in my opinion, it looks like many are very interested to see the defense case and who and what John Pryor is going to bring. Oof. It's like is it starting to feel like a train wreck yet? Let me know. So I'll say hi real quick, and if you're in the chat, say hi, and I'll get you. I'm going to start back at the top, and then I'll continue on with my recap. So, good morning, Candy. Good morning. You always make me happy every morning. Beanie, Sandra Stevens, good morning. Paula, good morning. Lemon Curd is here. Good morning, Lemon. Dee, good morning. Did I say Sandra? Okay, yes, I did. Sandra Evans as well, sorry. Paula Schofield, good morning. Linda is here. Linda, yay. Jane, good morning. And we will go with that. If anybody comes in or you're in the bushes and want to say hi and let me know you're out there. Also, hi to the replay watchers. Thank you for your support as well. Even though you may not be able to make it with us in our live stream and chat back and forth and with us, I'm glad you are out there and I'm glad you are following the trial. Let me know in the comments. Say hi, and I'll say hi to you in the comments. So back to what I was saying. So what happened yesterday? We all know the kids take the stand. 2 of the kids. So we got 2. We think that it's going to be 3, maybe 4, but at least 2 of them so far. So we had Emma Murry, Garth, Emma Murray's Chad Daybell's daughter. Garth Daybell is the son. We all know who Garth is. He's the one who helped Dad lift Tammy into the bed. That's the whole thing we were talking about yesterday. We also had Forrest Fisher, Garth's attorney, and Joseph Murry, Emma's husband. Those are the ones who basically spent, at least 3 of them, spent their testimony dogging on Mom's health, in my opinion. So, pretty big news was learned for the first time. Garth was investigated by the grand jury. There was a period, 2 grand juries. He was investigated during those 2. He had a second hearing. There was a second hearing that was held. He said I think he said he didn't even know there was a grand jury hearing. It was held for him on potential perjury charges. We did find out that he was not charged. Prosecuting attorney Lindsay Blake made sure to stress that point when she questioned him in her recross. So the charge didn't go anywhere, but he was investigated. Garth's attorney did take the stand as well. That's another one that I didn't really dive into too much of. And maybe we could, I think he wasn't up there very long. So we could always, at some point play that. I kind of want to start doing the little things. I know we sit here all day long watching these trials, but sometimes after the day, it would be kind of neat to go back and re-listen to some of these testimonies and try to go to, especially now with the kids, just to get a sense of what they're saying. Let me make sure that, yes, I can see it. All right. I wanted to make sure I could see the court. Here, I'll put this up on there so at least you guys can see it. We'll pop this that way, and we will hear it when they come in. So Emma Murray's testimony. Pryor asked how many times they had met, meaning she and Pryor. She said maybe 3 times, one of which was the night prior, the night prior, whatever, to her testifying. So not last night, the night before last night. He asked if he'd ever told her what to say. She said no. Had he ever told her what to say or what to, like basically asking, did I prep you? Did I feed you things? Did I tell you what you should be saying and whatever? She said no. She was just like, no, you didn't tell me a thing to say, even though you sound like a robot and that you're being spoon-fed things that you're supposed to say. Just my opinion. Reminder that she lives at Chad Daybell's home. She pays the rent to John Pryor, who owns the home. now with others on the mortgage. Whoever it is he's got on there with prior, that's how he gets his money for being Chad's lawyer. At the time the kids were found and Tammy died, she was living in a home kitty corner to the Daybell house. Once Chad was arrested, she was then told to move into the Daybell house and live there instead. Ugh. I don't normally worry about okay, I wonder who passed away in this house type of thing. I know that there are people, or there's a thing where if you buy a home, they actually have to put that in the stuff, like somebody died here or something to that effect. Because some people will not purchase homes where somebody has died. That doesn't, but just the fact that this is family. She testified a lot about Tammy's health, which was the theme of the day with each of the three witnesses, 3 of the 4. There was not much mention about JJ and Tylee, other than both siblings knew that they'd been buried on the property. I see people coming in. I also wanted to say hi to Brian. Hello. Wendy H. Hello. Deborah Miller. Hello. Nate says that the reason that the kids weren't really mentioned that much was probably because these are Chad's kids and they were, there was more about Tammy than the kids. So it's because, these are Chad's kids and they really didn't know Lori's kids. So there wasn't much asked. All they were basically asked was, did you know that they were buried on the property? But we do know that, of course, they had a lot of, they interacted with their mom. So anyway, Nate says to him, it seems that so far the defense case is that Tammy was sick and died of illness. Emma did know of her dad's affair. I would love to replay both of these kids' testimonies and go over it. Like I said earlier, I think that would be really interesting, not just to sit and listen and have it playing, but actually try to get a discussion a little bit about what we're hearing and dissect it. Nate says he heard and learned from Emma that Tammy was an introvert who stuck to herself. Was that anything that was ever, did anybody in prosecution, all of her friends and all the people she worked with, was she standoffish? Did they ever say that? I don't recall them saying that. I don't think that's, nope. I know introvert and standoffish, and it was not that. It was not her, from what they said. She didn't tell a lot of people that she worked with about her business, not according to them. This is... Oh, prosecution, you rocked your case. Just saying. But she did talk a lot to Emma, who also worked with her at the school every day. Emma talked a bit about Tammy's not doing well, that she was slowing down, getting tired, exhausted, essentially had health issues. We do know that this contradicts prior testimony from the prosecution witnesses who stated otherwise. Emma testified to mom owning and using a Fitbit in order to increase her health. She spoke on the competition using the Fitbit between her in-laws and Tammy to try to increase the number of steps taken each day, and that Tammy, along with her parents or her in-laws, were very competitive over this little step game they'd played together daily. That Tammy wanted to be the winner, so she'd try to beat her or Emma's father-in-law's step count daily. I felt that a lot of what Emma had to say was very negative against her mother. She spoke about her mom trying to cheat to win by shaking her arm to get more steps. Blake objected and requested Vordier, sorry, Linda from It's a Crime. She likes Vordier bitter. In that moment, asking if she recalled visiting with her dad on or about November 17th of last year. She said no. She said, do you remember having a convo with your dad about your mom, how your mom would hang her arm over the side of the bed and swing it. She replied with, "I observed my mom doing that." Blake asked if she remembered having that convo with her dad about her mom doing that. She replied, "Nope." Lindsay made sure that it got on the record that Emma and Chad spoke every day, almost, since he was arrested 4 years ago, sometimes multiple times a day. The reason for the Fitbit being spoken of by defense is because one of the prosecution witnesses spoke about that Tammy was getting her steps in. She was healthy and got her steps in pretty regularly. They mentioned the averages for her daily step count was pretty consistent, that she'd gotten the Fitbit specifically to get healthy. Emma spoke on Tammy's having issues carrying a box of books for the book fair. She saw her struggling, so she went to help her with the box. I think there was probably more than one box. She spoke about her mom bruising easily, and that this possibly could have been from her carrying the boxes. These were book fair boxes that she was trying to set up and get put together and stuff. Again, in my opinion, trying to establish the weak, sickly nature of her mother. Also, according to Emma, Tammy never ran that 5K marathon that was reported about the prosecution in the prosecution's case. Emma said she helped with the 5K, but never ran it herself. She said there may be a photo out there of her crossing the finish line, but that she didn't actually run it nor complete it, even though others had testified she did run it and completed it. She brought up the fact that she wondered if her mother had sleep apnea, like she does and her maternal grandfather also has. And since she's the generational link, she wonders if Tammy did too. Even though she knows she can't investigate that at this time, how convenient, right? I mean, how convenient is that? Bring that up. You can put that in, slip that in there, and then say, well, we can't really investigate. We'll never know. Just to put that's the whole thing, putting it in the minds of the jury. So that was her story for that. She also spoke about her mom's use of herbal supplements and the colloidal silver. I like Nate said colloidal. I thought that was cute. I don't know colloidal silver. I do remember hearing about that way back in the day. Luckily, my mom tossed that for like 2 seconds and then decided, yeah, no, we won't go there. Basically, this type we looked into the yesterday and prolonged use. We remember yesterday I did kind of look up and it said that prolonged use of colloidal silver can cause anemia. I don't know what the percentages are or however much you have to take to actually do that, but it is a possibility of stuff happening with this stuff. This is those stuff that these herbal remedies that were done way back in the day. I remember them. There were a couple things that my mom got into, but we didn't really continue that much with them. Basically, I was spoon-fed cod liver oil, spearmint flavored every day. A gigantic spoonful of cod liver oil. I, to this day, cannot chew spearmint gum, and codfish are gross. Just saying. Basically, this type of testimony is what the two kids and Emma's spouse spoke on, how sickly and weak Tammy was, which we all know contradicts prior prosecution witness testimony. So now we should be seeing the court starting up pretty soon. That I didn't get as far as looking into Garth. I struggled with his testimony. I struggled with the constant up, not to make fun of the way people speak, because I know that I'm a lot. I know that I do facial expressions. I'm very like all this in my face and all the stuff, and I know how I am. But I struggled listening to the way his voice goes up, and I feel for him because I don't know if that's his natural way of speaking, but Anyway, so while we wait for them to join, remember, today, so they ended the day. The end of the day was with Joseph Murry. That's Emma's husband, and he will be the first witness this morning back on the stand. So keep that in mind. I didn't really, I'm sure I didn't really dive into his testimony. I was mostly really looking at Emma because I feel like she's the one who is ride or die for her dad. No, I understand it. I absolutely understand it. I get it. But some of the stuff that she's saying just doesn't fit with prosecution testimony that we've heard so far. So let me scroll back a little bit and say hi to whomever has entered since I went on my jibber jabber recap. So I got this. I think I said hi to Wendy. Good morning, Wendy. Good to see you. Wendy, anytime you ever want to come up, just text or DM me on Instagram and let me know, and I'll have you up during a lunch break, and we can jibber jabber together. I know you've been following this case a whole lot. So, Wendy says right here, I'm 100% positive my adult kids have a very different view of me than my coworkers, friends, and extended family. Very true. Very true. But and I agree absolutely. You live with the person every day. You see these things. Things that may be stated at home that's not put out there to the public. And I'm not dogging on this. I just going over trials and watching trials for so many years, and you see certain people, family members that will ride or die for their parent, which is of course understandable and expected, but it's some of the things and the way they are and how they speak. I thought that Emma was very, in my opinion, curt with Blake, which we do see happen. You'll see temperaments of the witnesses change depending on who is the one questioning them, and everybody was like, "Oh man, now she's got an attitude." Well, yes, I mean that's all part of it. The part of it is for cross exam to hammer on and try to break down what was stated in the direct for that witness, to put those doubts in the minds of the jury, those mitigating factors, all that stuff, so that poking holes in the testimony of prosecution, that's their job. But in this case, it was a lot. It was a lot, in my opinion. So, but I do agree absolutely that kids and family, those who are close to the person, would have a different story. But we also have to remember that they immediately did a funeral, like really quick, to get all this stuff, to get it out there, and it was all put on Emma, and Emma seems to be the one saying, "Oh, it was mine. It was mine." Remember, she said that she's the one that looked up the wind direction on the day. Was it the day before? The day before, Tylee. And so she now takes that was her doing that. And then she's, all these things that keep coming up. Emma, it was all Emma. Emma did it. It was Emma's idea, or Emma looked this up. Emma searched that, and yada, yada. So there's so much more to her testimony that I just, I struggled. Did you guys struggle with it? Did you guys kind of look at the kids and go and kind of shake your head a little bit? Or are you waiting until you hear the entire defense testimony before you shake your head? That's where I get to have that's my opinion on what I'm so far. I know we as trial watchers who have been watching trials together for a very long time have always tried to remain on the fence and stay on the. I used to say stapling myself to the fence, and there are certain cases where I just could not stay on the fence, and this is one of them. The ferreter one was another one. So Wendy says, also for me, the adult kids shone a light of haven't seen before about their mother's health, which yes, I know, but the issue, Wendy, is that there's no testimony other than they're trying to say mom wouldn't go to the doctor, mom wouldn't go to and her what she was saying about the herbal medications and herbal remedies and all the stuff sounded very, to me, her demeanor was dogging on mom, making mom look sickly, saying these things, being she'd say something sarcastic, and then she would say, I'm saying that this way because it was like, yeah, mom, okay, you and your, which, yes, I mean, how many of us had grew up with parents or mom especially who said, here, this is good for you, eat this. Now granted, the cod liver oil did help me, I guess, because I was hardly ever sick as a kid. But then some of my siblings also were taking the same thing, and they had health issues. So I don't know. they who knows? But it was gross, and I am now ruined on cod. So Autumn, hi Autumn, good to see you. Oh, I'm in my colorful stuff today, all the way down to the shirt. Yes, very colorful. I like lots of colors and lots of sparkle, but you can't see the sparkle. Yes, I sparkle. I'm big into that. And I wanted to say, good morning. Wanted to chat. Hope everyone has a very good day so far. Yes, I'm glad to see you with us. Yes, glad to see you. So let's see. Wendy's not gonna. Wendy, oh, Garth's dropping his last tone of each sentence makes me crazy. Yes, it's the up thing. Everything is a question. But I don't want to make fun or poke or make light of how someone speaks, because I got my own stuff, and but it's sometimes with voices I have issues with, but it was a struggle. And I saw some comments on Twitter that were not very nice, and I felt for him just because of that. Dana says, I remember the Golden State serial killer kids said they can't see him as the killer because that is not the man, father, grandfather they knew. So I can see Chad's kids sticking up for him. Yes, absolutely. And I would expect nothing else. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I had a feeling that defense testimony was going to try to poke holes in the health of the mom. But there are no records really, because which is what defense is really going to put out there, is that she wouldn't go to the doctor. There were no, but then defense or prosecution said, well, she did go when she hurt her arm. And that was almost like something that even Emma was like, yeah, but. So we'll see. And I do agree that kids are expected, everyone expects family, kids to be on that side. So it'll be interesting just to see if the defense does in fact actually poke holes, and what is the jury going to think? We shall see come the verdict day. Wendy says Emma's curtness seemed detached and cold, but she's been putting in the she's been put, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Please be seated.
And here we go. Let me get us up on the bigger screen. There. And I agree absolutely.
All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. This is continuing with the defense case in chief today. As we left off yesterday, I believe Joseph Murry was on the stand, and I'll note that the jurors have each returned and signed their juror affirmation for the date. If we're ready to proceed then with additional testimony, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time, please.
I agree with you on that right there. Bingo. And that's where the way I'm speaking about stuff comes from this right here. This is it. That's the key for me. Stephanie says Emma taking credit for the wind direction reminded her of Casey Anthony's mom taking credit on chloroform search. Exactly. Lemon says clearly Emma perjured herself. Chad must have influenced her in all those conversations. Remember, Nate said they speak every day, sometimes, and multiple times a day. I was raised by a narcissist and still find myself worshiping at his altar, so to speak. I'm 55 and still excuse all of his bad behavior. Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the defense case in chief. The court would note the jurors are all returned and present, properly seated. Jurors have each signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction yesterday as he left. So thank you again for continuing to follow that as you have throughout this trial. The witness is on the stand, Mr. Murry, who's previously been placed under oath. We were continuing with direct examination when we broke for the day yesterday, or I think, did we complete direct examination?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for the reminder then. Direct had concluded, so we'll start on cross-examination at this time. And is that going to be you, Mr. Wixom?
It will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then if you'd like to commence with your cross, you may do so.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I begin, may I ask to be provided with the state's previously admitted exhibit 77G as in George?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Judge, again, what exhibit did he reference?
77G.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I begin while the clerk's looking for that?
Yes, if you'd like, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Murray.
Morning.
So I want to start this morning by revisiting the questions you were asked by the defense counsel yesterday. Do you remember when you first took the stand, he had asked you to explain to the jury how many times that you had met with him?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was to that?
Once 2 days ago and one other time on the phone.
Okay. Now, you wouldn't disagree, would you, that the loss of Tammy Daybell would be and was a traumatic experience for your wife and for her siblings?
Absolutely. All right. I absolutely would agree that that would be the case.
Likewise, would you agree that the finding of Tylee and JJ's bodies on Chad's property was likewise a traumatic experience?
Yes, for the whole family, indeed.
So it would be safe to say then that over the course of the last 5 years, you have probably had many conversations with your spouse about the surrounding facts, haven't you?
Yes.
And likewise, is it also safe to say that you've had many conversations with her siblings about these same situations?
Not, I wouldn't say many, but because we didn't live in the same household and we weren't gathering weekly even, so I wouldn't say many.
But you did have conversations over the course of the last 5 years with the siblings.
Yes,
You said that you didn't live in the same house with them. Is that what you just said?
with the exception of one brother, one of Emma's brothers. Yeah,
Okay. And we'll come back to that. With respect to the events of October 9th, you were asked some questions about the layout of your house relative to Chad Daybell's, and you explained that your house is kitty corner.
correct.
And you'd also referenced in your testimony that you've testified previously about these things in a grand jury proceeding,
Correct.
and that would have been roughly May of 2021.
Correct.
And Mr. Pryor had asked you some questions relative to your testimony in that proceeding. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. And those questions in part were directed towards your information about this October 9th attempted shooting of Tammy.
Correct.
Now, I just want to be clear. In your grand jury testimony, and I believe yesterday you confirmed that you did not see the attempted shooting.
That is correct.
And in fact, you weren't even aware of the shooting until after you received a 911 notification.
Notification on Facebook.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yep.
Okay. And it was after that notification that you asked your wife about it. She hadn't seen it, correct?
She had just seen it as I was going into the house at
And
about the
did-
same time, roughly.
Thank you. And then either one of you reached out to Tammy and called her.
Yes, she did.
And so you at some point talked to Tammy, or did you at least overhear the conversation she was having with your spouse?
Yes.
Which was it?
I didn't directly talk to her. I overheard the conversation.
Okay. Now, just for clarification, your testimony today, yesterday, and at the grand jury is that you don't have any personal knowledge with respect to however that shooting occurred or whatever went down. Fair?
That is correct.
Now, when you finished talking to Tammy, or your wife did, you decided to make a 911 call?
My wife was still on the phone with Tammy when I made the call.
And you did that, I presume, because you were alarmed at the situation.
Yes.
And at that point, to your knowledge, had Chad ever made a phone call?
Not that I am aware of.
And frankly, at that point, Tammy had not called 911 either, had she?
No.
Judge, objection. There's no foundation to establish that he would have any knowledge of that.
Overruled, not timely.
You were also asked questions by Mr. Pryor yesterday about having talked to Deputy Cannon
Correct.
back on October 9th when this attempted shooting happened.
Correct.
You had explained that you went into the roadway and met him and gave him some details.
Correct.
And in fact, I think you denied yesterday that you had ever told Deputy Cannon that you had heard Tammy scream.
That is correct.
Likewise, I think you denied that you went over to the house immediately after the scream and didn't see anything suspicious. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So then it's your testimony that Deputy Cannon, if he put that in his report, has it wrong. Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair.
So he has inaccurate information.
That is true.
And I think you tried to explain that away somewhat yesterday by the fact that
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization, explaining away.
Sustained.
you don't disagree that yesterday on this point, you had explained that when you had met with Deputy Cannon in the roadway, you were quick to give him information because you wanted him to go search.
Correct.
So isn't it possible that whatever you were relaying to Deputy Cannon in that quick interaction, one reason for the discrepancy could be he misunderstood what you were saying?
Possible, but very unlikely.
So you believe he was intentionally inaccurate?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to what you said yesterday about Tammy never having described this paintball gun as anything but a paintball gun, you did testify to that, yes?
Yep.
Isn't it possible that you simply could have been mistaken about Tammy's full description of what happened as you were overhearing and listening to a conversation that she was having with your wife?
Due to the fact that it was on speakerphone, I don't think so.
Well, you said a second ago that it still could have been possible that, given the nature of the situation, Deputy Cannon could have been confused by your explanation to him, correct? You just said that.
Yes, but I was also very clear in what I explained to him.
But you don't believe that you're beyond having that same kind of miscommunication if that did occur?
No, based off of the fact that both my wife and I had the same understanding from the
Well,
same
I'm not asking
conversation.
about your wife's understanding. I'm asking you, yes or no. You certainly could have had the same kind of misunderstanding,
I don't believe so.
but you could have, or you simply,
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
after you gave that information, whatever information you gave to Deputy Cannon, did you have any further conversations with him about this?
No,
In fact, you went back afterwards and talked to your wife and talked to your mother-in-law some more about this incident,
when are you referring to?
anytime at all?
Um, maybe the next day or after that. I don't recall having a specific conversation about it after.
Now, yesterday, I'm going to move on to October 18th. You had testified, and I think you confirmed through your defense counsel that on the 18th of October of 2019, that you had been helping a friend do some work. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it was because of that work that you felt a need to borrow your mother-in-law's truck. Is that correct?
My in-laws truck, yes.
Well, in fact, going back to the grand jury testimony back in May of 2021, when you were asked about this, do you disagree that in the transcript, you specifically described it as your mother-in-law's truck?
I may have, but it was owned by
Just
both
yes
of
or
them.
no is all I asked for. So I think you also explained yesterday that on that day when you needed the truck, you went to her to get the keys at work, correct?
Correct.
And so you had indicated that she had the truck at work, correct?
Correct.
So on that day, she'd driven the truck,
Yes.
and that was October 18th.
Yep.
That would have been just under 10 days from the shooting incident, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, when you returned the keys, you returned those same keys back to Tammy, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified yesterday that at some point Chad Daybell gave you that very truck.
Yep.
Do you still have that truck?
Yes.
You still drive it?
Not right now because it has some mechanical issues.
Okay. But you were given the truck back in December of 2019?
Yep.
Right. Did you drive it for some time after it was given to you?
Yes.
Now, you likewise have explained that you have been married to Emma for 7 years, I think.
Almost 7 years.
So roughly 5 years ago, you would have been married to her a couple of years.
Correct.
At that point in time, you had one child.
Correct.
At that point in time, you lived across the street, kitty corner.
Correct.
And then, isn't it true that on June 9th of 2019, of 2020, when Chad was arrested, you and Emma moved into Chad's home?
Correct. Well, not on after. Are you saying after June 9th? Sorry.
Sir.
Okay. Yes. Not on June 9th, but after. Yes.
Yes. Okay. If I might have permission to publish state 77G at this time on the Elmo.
You may.
So going back to receiving that truck, you were given that truck by Chad yesterday you testified in 2018, but I think you later clarified that was 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was December of 2019?
Correct.
Did you explain the occasion as to why Chad gave you the truck in December of 2019?
No.
Why did he give you the truck in 2019?
Because we only had one working vehicle at the time.
And so on June 9th of 2020, it was after that, shortly after that, that you moved into Chad's home.
Correct.
That's when he got arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that's the day they found Tylee and JJ on that property, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to call your attention to this exhibit, and I want to invite you to go down and look at the entry. Let's see. The fifth entry that's dated June 9th. Will you look at that, please?
Yep.
And what is that reflecting?
Deposit into my checking account.
For what amount?
$8,000.
And who made that deposit?
I am not exactly sure.
You're not aware if that would have came from Chad Daybell?
Well, I know we got $8,000, but I wasn't sure. It just said $8,000. So
So you don't disagree that this was $8,000 that came from Chad Daybell?
no,
Okay. No, you don't disagree?
no, I don't disagree.
Okay. And that occurred, I'm done, Your Honor. That occurred again, the day he was arrested.
Yep.
So to be clear, Chad Daybell in December 2019 gave you his truck.
Yep.
Okay. And then later in June 9th, when he's arrested, he deposited $8,000 into your account.
Yep.
Correct. And then he had you guys move into his house, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware that he also gave Emma $9,000 in cash that day?
Yes.
So he gave you roughly $17,000 in cash,
Okay.
correct? Had given you one of his vehicles, correct?
Yep.
And gave you a place to live, correct?
Yep.
You were asked questions, and we've already alluded to this, that at some point you had found out that JJ and Tylee had been buried in Chad's backyard.
Correct.
Right. Right. You had described, in fact, that you believe JJ had been buried by the pond and Tylee by the fire pit, correct?
Yeah.
Now, have you ever met JJ and Tylee's mother?
Lori Vallow?
Yes.
No. I mean, yes, sorry. I went back to the thing you were talking about, them in particular. Yes, I've met Lori.
Okay. And isn't it true that the first day you met Lori was the day after Tammy's funeral at Chad's house?
Yes.
So she came to Chad's house, and that's where the family met her.
Yes.
And that was it the immediate day after her funeral?
I don't recall the exact day, if it was the immediate day after, but it was shortly after. Yes.
Yeah, and you had testified to that effectively, that
Yep.
it was the day after. Have you ever heard the name Alex Cox?
Yes.
And who is Alex Cox?
Lori Vallow's brother.
Had you ever met Alex Cox?
No.
Had you at any point in time ever seen Alex Cox on Chad's property?
No.
You were asked some questions yesterday about the layout of Chad's property. Do you recall specifically getting a question about the long driveway?
Yes.
And you were asked a question about whether or not someone could access the long driveway to a place behind the property where they then could not be seen from the roadway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that there is a place back there where someone could access through the driveway, through a gate, and then not be visible from the roadway to the public while they're back there.
Yep.
So then you wouldn't disagree. And that area was in the general area that accessed both the pond and the fire pit.
Judge,
correct?
I'm going to object at this point. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Didn't you testify yesterday that that access point was in the general area of the pond and the fire pit?
Yes.
So then you wouldn't disagree that whomever, whether it was Chad or somebody else,
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
On that second part of the question, I will sustain that.
you wouldn't disagree that anybody who buried those children could have used that driveway and have done so outside the visibility of the roadway, correct?
From the Salem Highway, no, they would not have been able to.
Now, You testified also that at some point in time, Detective Hermosillo had been seen driving by this property,
Yep, before and after Chad's arrest.
and that was something that you had observed personally.
Yep.
And at that point, had you met Detective Hermosillo?
Yes.
And that's how you were able to identify him?
Yep. And I've also seen him on Facebook.
Okay.
Um,
Did you see Detective Hermosillo the day that Tylee and JJ were found?
I can't recall for sure on that day.
You don't have any reason to disagree that Detective Hermosillo was one of the lead investigators in this case?
No, I have no reason to disagree on that.
No reason to disagree that in fact he was there the day that the bodies were found?
I would assume so.
So you wouldn't disagree that for law enforcement to drive back and forth by this property, that they may have suspected the bodies were, and in fact found the bodies there. That wouldn't necessarily be unusual, would it?
Perhaps no. However, this was even after the bodies were taken out, that he would slowly drive by the property.
And to that point, so you would disagree that a detective who discovers bodies on a property, arrests somebody from the property, might have a surveillance or investigative interest in continuing to drive by the property to identify if someone else was coming back to the property after the bodies had removed. You don't disagree with that, do you?
I don't see the reason for it.
You're not a law enforcement officer, are you?
Absolutely not. I would rather choose any other profession.
Okay.
Choose any other profession.
But you don't disagree that a law enforcement officer who found bodies on the property might want to continue to observe that property to see if anything else suspicious occurred there at the property?
I don't see the reason for him returning.
Do you think finding bodies on a property is a big deal?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered at least a couple of times.
Sustained.
When Detective Hermosillo was driving by the property, did he ever make contact with you?
No,
Were you aware that some kind of memorial had been placed on that property relative to Tylee and JJ?
yes, but the slow driving by wasn't just on 200 North, it was also on Salem Highway.
You don't disagree that for a law enforcement officer to find two children buried on a property would be a traumatic event, do you?
I don't disagree. However, I don't understand why during working hours, we would need to return and visit the memorial.
So that's not understandable to you, how a law enforcement officer might have a traumatic experience and go back and visit the property.
I didn't say that.
So then you agreed it could be.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'll need 77G.
Very well. I don't know if it's still up there. If it is, Mr. Wixom, just please leave it.
All right, did I return that exhibit back to Marshall? I can't remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, may I publish 77G?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
I'd like you to count down the fourth entry on 77G.
Okay,
It says the name Seth C. Daybell. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me who Seth C. Daybell is?
Seth is the son of Chad and Tammy Daybell, also my wife's brother.
And do you see how much money Seth got?
$8,000.
Okay. Are you aware of any of the other children of Chad Daybell getting money as well?
I believe all of them did.
Do you know what the amounts were?
$8,000.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Murry. Is he going to remain under your subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
He is not, Judge.
Has the state got him under subpoena? Okay, you are released then from any subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying, Mr. Murray. You can be excused.
And Your Honor, before we bring in the next witness, may we have a sidebar?
Yes.
Okay, so I will, once we go on break, I'm going to go back over his, that cross and read through it myself so that I can figure out what the heck. I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to look a little bit at what Linda was saying about it. Nah, I'll wait. Otherwise, it'll be all jumbled in my head. So I have to go back and read. So I'm looking at you guys in the chat, and someone, as it Lemon Curd, said that this witness had a gambling problem. I googled it and I didn't see anything yet. So, and Lemon also said she didn't think that was a great cross. But did he bring anything earth-shattering? I'm sure it was just. Is he also on board with the whole Tammy was sickly thing? Dear Nate, it is a lectern, not a podium. You remember you got called out for by some of your chatters who were like, "Yeah, it's a lectern, sir." It's driving me crazy with the podium. I know, it's like whoop-de-doo. Who cares what you call it? Well, sometimes you gotta hold on to those little things, that it's part of a trial, so it sounds courty. Lectern. Those of you who followed or know Linda Kinney Bodden, that's one of the things that drives her crazy, is when it's called a podium instead of a lectern. And I agree with her on that because I like the way lectern sounds. Let's see. Toby says, I think the anti-cop was excellent. It demonstrates the hostility. So my Lemon Curd's brother-in-law had a gambling addiction. I was wondering who.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can call your next witness.
You had permission to approach the podium?
Yes.
He calls it a podium. Lectern.
Dr. Kathy Raven?
Dana, where'd you get that?
Judge, while we're waiting, my understanding is there's a stipulation of the parties on Defense Exhibit 135. It encompasses the forensic report of Dr. Kathy Raven. I'd move for admission of 135.
I can take that up. I'll prefer to get that admitted once we have the witness on the stand.
You can hang on. That's what. Thank you.
Hi, Maria.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do.
A little bit.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Dana, we'll discuss that during the break.
May I, Judge?
Give us just a sec here, Mr. Pryor.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Pryor, before we go on inquiry, I believe this is an expert witness, so likewise, or likely not subject to the exclusionary rules that you're understanding?
It is, Judge.
Okay, you may inquire then. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Good morning, Dr. Raven. Would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Catherine Raven, Raven.
And can you tell me what your occupation is?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, explain to me what a forensic pathologist is.
I'm a medical doctor. I actually did 4 years of medical school. Then I did become a pathologist, which is the doctor that's at the hospital, does all the lab tests, biopsies. But I specialized even further in that. I went into forensic pathology, and that's applying the knowledge of medicine as a doctor. And really the main focus is to determine the cause of death in individuals,
Okay, and in what state do you practice?
primarily in California.
And do you have any cities or municipalities that you associate with that you do work primarily for?
Yes, I'm a contract forensic pathologist in California, and I primarily work in Alameda County, which is the Bay Area, and also in Butte County.
Okay, and how long have you been a licensed forensic pathologist?
25, 26 years now.
And you're presently, obviously you testified, you're presently engaged in that profession at the present time, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you receive your training in pathology?
In pathology, I received it in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, at the University of Colorado Health Science Center. It was 4 years of general pathology.
And what sort of certifications or what sort of certifications are required in order to be a pathologist?
Well, to be a general pathologist, you can either be an anatomical pathologist or a clinical pathologist. So after you do a residency, you would take a board examination. I'm certified in both anatomical and clinical pathology. I also did a year of neuropathology, the studying of the nervous system, injury to the nervous system. And then I did a year of forensic pathology, which is where I do subspecialize and just did forensic pathology. I am also board certified in forensic pathology.
And you jumped the gun on me. And when we say that there is a, is that the American Board of Pathology?
Yes.
And what is the American Board of Pathology?
It's just a board, it's national. Every pathologist who's board certified takes the exact same test, regardless of where they did their training at. To be a board certified pathologist, you'd have to pass the examination.
And I assume then that you passed that examination.
Yes.
Are you, and do you have any publications or any theses that you've written as part of your 25-year career?
As a fellow, when I was in training, I had a paper published, but other than that, I've been a practicing pathologist.
So you do the hands-on work of a pathologist.
Correct.
You're not a academic person.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you testified previously in any proceedings?
Yes.
Have you previously been approved as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And can you give me approximately how many times you've done that?
Probably close to 300 or more.
Okay. Now, I skipped one question. Is part of your certification, is that a national certification?
Yes. It's a board certification, so it's a national test. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, you can apply your principles of forensic pathology anywhere in the United States. It's a scientific process. Would that be fair?
Yes. As far as the pathology itself, you have to be licensed in a particular state to practice in that state. But as a pathologist, I could go anywhere and be a pathologist.
Now, in this particular case, you were retained by my office to conduct an investigation regarding this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the the area of investigation you were to conduct was in what area of this case?
If I'm understanding the question, I was asked to review the autopsy report and other pertinent materials.
Okay. And when you did review the autopsy report,
Correct.
and do you have a recollection of all of the other documents that you reviewed?
A summary of them, but I don't know them specifically without my report.
Would it help you if I were to provide you your report?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to move for admission of Defense Exhibit, I think it's 135.
As a statement, I'm going to review that.
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 135 is admitted. Can you, and that's the
Thank you.
report, Mr. Pryor, paper copy.
That is a paper copy, and I have a paper copy as well. And Dr. Raven, if you would be so kind as to just review, we can't have you read off, unfortunately, what you line by line. So if you're able to review and give us a synopsis of what you looked at after you've reviewed it, set it down, and then we'll proceed from that.
I could give a general.
Okay, go ahead. What documents did you review as part of this?
Dr. Christensen's autopsy report from Utah. Along with that were autopsy photographs. There are also some scene photographs that I reviewed. The death certificate, the original death certificate I reviewed. There was a couple reports from the coroner. I don't know if they were the official reports, but some typewritten reports from the coroner, and some law enforcement investigation reports also.
Okay. And then in addition, in a previous matter, and I don't want to say what matter, in a previous matter, you looked and reviewed previous testimony as well,
I
correct?
reviewed previous testimony from Dr. Christensen, correct?
Okay. And you also looked at some of Dr. Marsden's remarks as well?
I don't recall her remarks as much as Dr. Christensen's.
Okay. Now, I want to go in the area of conclusions that are drawn as the result of an autopsy. And I understand there are approximately 5 categories that you can arrive at as a result of conclusions that you make when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Okay. In this particular case, you arrived at a conclusion in terms of your review of the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that conclusion, there are other conclusions that someone in your field as a forensic pathologist can arrive at. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And what would some of those other conclusions be?
In this particular case.
Well, in any
Either.
case, in general,
You mean as far as manner of death?
in terms of manner.
In manner of death, there's usually 5 categories of manner. The cause of death is the medical disease process or injury that actually caused the death, but the manner of death is how we categorize the death, really just for death certificate purposes. So either homicide, suicide, accident, undetermined, or natural death. So any one of those 5 for manner of death can be would fit a certain case. If we don't know or it doesn't fit particularly in one or the other, then we would call it undetermined.
Now, in reviewing this case, you made some summary of some of the materials in terms of what you discovered. Can you talk briefly about the summary of some of the things you arrived at as part of your review?
Well, specifically, I paid most attention to the autopsy report. It was an autopsy after embalming and disinterment. It was a thorough autopsy. I reviewed that. There was a few injuries, some bruising, which are very nonspecific to the arms.
And if we could stop there in a minute and just talk briefly about what is nonspecific bruising?
So nonspecific bruising just means there's not a pattern to it, and anything can cause a bruise or a contusion. This is the same thing. It's caused by blunt force. So any blunt object, blunt surface, anything, you bump your arm, you fall, someone hits you, anything blunt, to compare it to a knife, should be sharp. So anything blunt can cause a bruise. So nonspecific just means we don't know what caused them. Any number of things could cause them as long as it had a blunt surface.
Okay. And at this point, when you say nonspecific, there's no way to determine what was the cause of action that resulted in the bruises on the right arm and then the one bruise on the left arm. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you continued with your summary. I'll allow you to continue on that with what you also summarized.
Then, and there was no anatomical cause of death found at the autopsy.
Okay, and I'm gonna keep interrupting you as we go through that because this is important. When you say there was no anatomical cause of death, what does that mean?
When we do an autopsy, we look at every organ in the body. We pull it out, we dissect it, and we're looking for anything that may have caused death. So we do a dissection of the heart, looking for heart disease. We look at the lungs, the liver, every organ, the brain, looking for natural death, anything that may have caused death. In this particular case, nothing was found.
Okay, and then further, what other findings did you make?
And then the next step we would do is what's called toxicology, looking at the blood. Sometimes we look at the urine and also the fluid in the eye called vitreous. We analyze those and we look for any kind of drugs, toxins, or any abnormalities with those.
And would you agree that the toxicology report, at least according to your report that you provided, indicates that it was an extensive toxicology report?
Yes, it was a very extensive toxicology examination. They did extensive testing.
Okay, and at this point, there is always the possibility something could have been missed in the toxicology, correct?
Correct. So we just can't send a blood sample to the lab and say, look for anything and everything. We have to tell them what to look for. So most of the things we have are in a panel. We're really looking for, again, illicit drugs. If you're looking for things specifically like poisons and other things, you have to tell them which one to look for. They just don't they can't just randomly look for it. But they did extensive testing looking for several poisons and drugs.
So at this point, aside from the extensive testing, unless it was something unusual, the likelihood is that this wasn't the result of any kind of a poisoning, correct?
More than likely, it would be funny they couldn't detect anything. And there's always things we're not going to be able to detect, and the embalming does interfere with some testing, but nothing that they tested for was positive, so it would be unlikely.
Okay, and then additional findings that you made?
I have to think for a moment, sorry.
You need to refresh your report with your.
No, I just didn't know where I left off. I'm sorry. When you asked that last question. So we had the bruises that we talked about. And really that was it. There's no other anatomical cause of death from an anatomy perspective from what the organs. And then there was no toxicological cause of death either.
Okay. Now you indicated that the body was exhumed and they performed an autopsy, and then the same day the body was reburied. Is that correct?
I don't know when it was reburied. I'm sorry.
Okay. But the autopsy was done as the same day that it was exhumed, correct?
Again, I'm not sure. I know the autopsy was done on the 19th, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when it was exhumed, to be honest.
So the date of the autopsy was October 19th of 2019.
I believe it was December. I'm sorry, it was December 11th. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're right
Yeah,
too.
I'm
Oh, my
sorry,
goodness, where'd I
yeah.
get that from? I know where I got that from.
Right, the date of the incident was
Date of her.
October 19th, but
Date of her passing was, and I apologize for that.
well, I misspoke too. So it was December 11th, 2019.
Okay. Now, the autopsy was done on December 11th of 2019. Do you recall when the date of the signature that was placed on the autopsy was placed on that document?
I believe it was in January. I can't remember the specific date of 2021.
So am I understanding that it would have been over a year plus between the time of the autopsy and the signing of the report?
It would probably be close to over 2 years.
Okay. And is there some explanation that you can logical explanation as to why there is such a gap in time between when the autopsy was done and when these folks decided to sign the document with their findings?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Do you have any idea how
No.
such a length of time?
Sometimes the toxicology testing takes a while, a few months. So if you get it back and it's negative, and you might go back and say, let's try this again. Let's try this. Let's look for this and let's look for that. That's the only thing I can think of why it would take so long to sign out a report.
Okay, and that could be the explanation, is that it took them a significant amount of time to try to find something in the toxicology that would support their theory?
Or other things, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you came to a conclusion in your report in regards to this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that since there was no anatomical or toxicological cause of death, no injury to account for death, that it would be best classified as a cause of death as undetermined.
Okay, now when you say no physical cause of death, you did review Dr. Christensen's testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was some mention, at least during this trial, of the bruising on the arms. Is it your conclusion that those bruises could not be taken in consideration to support a different conclusion of asphyxia?
Well, again, the bruising on the arm is nonspecific. They're just bruises on the arm. They don't indicate a cause of death. They don't cause death in and of themselves. They're just nonspecific bruises on the arm. So I don't believe it supports a diagnosis of anything other than there was some blunt injury to the arms.
Okay. And in regards to the suggestion that if someone were to sit on the chest of someone to try to cause asphyxiation, did you examine or look into that possibility?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Would it be a possible basis of asphyxiation by suffocation by sitting on someone's chest?
It's a difficult question. It's very difficult to sit on somebody's chest and kill them. There are reports. There was one scientific study done back in 2017. I believe it was out of San Diego, where they actually tried to figure out how much weight it would take, how much pressure it would take to do that. Usually when somebody does asphyxiate, it's usually several people on top of somebody, or in a crowd. You've heard of the stadiums where the crowds get stuck and everyone gets pushed together. That's several bodies. It's not just one. This particular study said it would be probably 450 plus pounds that would have to require to sit. So I think it'd be extraordinarily hard to sit on somebody, a healthy young person anyways. Maybe an old febrile person you might be able to, but I think it'd be very, very difficult and unlikely.
Okay. And then the possibility of asphyxiating them by just holding their arms, that's not going to do it either, correct? Just hold.
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Would just holding somebody's arms and leaving bruises, is there a way to asphyxiate someone that way?
No, so asphyxia just really means that there's no oxygen getting to the blood to supply our organs. So several things can cause asphyxia. Asphyxia is just a mechanism. It's not really even a cause of death. It's always due to something. So it might be asphyxia due to drowning, where we're not getting oxygen, asphyxia due to choking, asphyxia due to strangulation. So asphyxia in itself just means that they're not getting oxygen. That's a very nonspecific term.
Did you see any indication that there was any damage to the neck or the throat?
No, there was no obvious damage to the neck. There was some damage caused by the embalming process. May have obscured, at least on the right side of the neck, but there was no obvious hemorrhage or other injury.
Now, in reading Dr. Christensen, Dr. Marsden's reports, they established that this was homicide by asphyxia. And can you explain why you differ with that diagnosis?
Well, it's a person we have no cause of death for. We don't know what the cause of death is. So that would be undetermined. It's an undetermined death. It happens. Probably 5 to 10% of autopsies may be undetermined. Some reports say lower. So it's not, if we just don't find anything, there's several things can cause death without leaving any signs or indications. So since we don't know exactly what happened, we call it undetermined, and that's what I would have called this.
And some of the other possibilities other than asphyxia would include what?
As far as not leaving any signs or not having anything, a seizure can cause a death without leaving any signs. A cardiac arrhythmia can also cause death without leaving any signs. Asphyxia is one thing that can cause it. Drugs that weren't detected.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you made note of some of the comments that were made about Tammy's past medical issues, some shaking and some lightheadedness, those sort of things. Is that something that would be consistent with a seizure diagnosis?
Well, it might be consistent with the seizure, the shaking fits that were described. Since there was no diagnosis, that's hard to say. The only way to diagnose it would have been to go to a neurologist and have it diagnosed. But certainly that's the history that we get. Some people see shaking. Sometimes it's violent. Sometimes it's even just violent. I'm sorry. Sometimes people just stare off into space. There's different kinds of seizures. So a shaking fit would be described by a layperson.
And you did touch on that, and that was the next area, is that seizures don't necessarily mean that there's there's episodes of violent shaking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We've seen some of the politicians in the past several years who have just been on live camera and they just black out and there's nothing there. Those are what you
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained. And I'll strike that last question.
So a seizure, can you describe a little bit about the types of seizures for me?
Again, you can have different types of seizures. You have larger seizures what we think of larger seizures, where you think of that most people think of the shaking, the convulsing. It could be very traumatic. Actually, you can get a lot of injuries from those, serious injuries also. Or you could have smaller ones, lighter ones, where sometimes people just might stare off into space. Sometimes they do like just repetitive type of motions with their hands or even their lips smacking. Very, very small, can be very subtle. It really depends where the focus is at and what type of seizure it is.
But whether it's a small seizure or a large seizure, ultimately at some point that seizure could become fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, seizures are a cause of death. We see them as a cause of death or attribute it to death, not infrequently.
Okay, you also mentioned arrhythmia. Talk to me a little bit about arrhythmia.
Well, again, these are just the things that people die from that we can't see anything. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance, just like a seizure is an electrical disturbance in the brain. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance in the heart. So same thing, we may not see anything at the time of death or at the autopsy, excuse me.
Okay. And at some point with arrhythmia, with arrhythmia, there's not necessarily any signs of damage with the heart. Is that correct?
Correct. Frequently you'll see cardiac abnormalities. You might see a structural defect in the heart, some coronary artery disease. You might see something, and then if it's a sudden death, it's a presumed cardiac arrhythmia. You don't have to have a structural defect, but we do usually see that.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, Dr. Christensen came to the conclusion that this was homicide, and your conclusion is different, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the explanations of the possibilities of what potentially could have caused the death without any physical signs of any structural or physical damage, what would those include?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The causes of death that could have resulted from this. They could include a seizure, is that correct?
Yes.
They could include arrhythmia, is that correct?
Yes.
They could include asphyxia, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there really any certainty to know what was the cause of death of Tammy Daybell?
No, because all those, plus again, if there's some toxicology that we didn't pick up on, can cause death without leaving any signs.
Now, is it standard practice when there's no signs and there's no indication of what could have caused the death to take a jump to asphyxia? Is that what would be the common practice?
In my opinion, no. The way I practice and the way I've always taught people to practice in the institutions I've been associated with, again, we would call them undetermined. It's not, we do get cases where we don't find anything. We don't jump to conclusions or speculate. We just say these are things that might have happened. We don't know, so we're better left calling it undetermined. Other people might practice differently.
Okay. So it's a matter of how people practice. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
But in your opinion, there's no conclusion that could be drawn in this particular case.
No, there was no scientific evidence of a cause of death.
I want to talk to you about a little bit of a term in terms of your profession. The term is called confirmatory bias. Are you familiar with that term?
Vaguely familiar. A confirmation bias is what I think I know it as.
Okay, and explain to me what that means.
It's kind of a term that's been introduced over the last couple of years. Actually, it's probably been around longer than that, but in forensic pathology just the last few years. Anyways, it just talks about, if you have something in your mind, or you're told a scenario in a case, if you're not going to just see that and make and lean your diagnoses towards that. For example, if there was a baby and somebody told you, someone saw the parent squeezing the baby, you might lean towards asphyxia because you're being biased by that history. So it's kind of a bias. It's not just looking at the scientific evidence in front of you, but you're being biased by other things.
So if someone were to say that they put the procedural history and some of the events that occurred around the time of Tammy Daybell's death, that would be an example of confirmatory bias. Would that be fair?
Possibly, depends what was told them. Possibly,
Okay.
yes.
Well, you talked about the fact that someone saw the baby squeezed or shaken, and then the investigation is turned that way and leaned that way, correct?
Yes, that's what it's most commonly seen in, is like a shaken baby case.
So if someone has provided some information, regardless of whether it's relevant to the case, we should still be going back to the scientific evidence and base it on science and facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, as a physician, pathologist, our diagnosis should be based off science and what we can actually see, rather than speculating. Again, that's how I've always practiced, and that's how I teach.
And would it be fair to say that most of you folks in the field of forensic pathology would approach it the way you're approaching it?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Miss Blake, I presume, doing the cross. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Raven.
Good morning.
You indicated that you are a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you work as a medical examiner?
I do not now.
So in your current capacity, you're not in a medical examiner, your office? In your current capacity, you're not working at a medical examiner's office?
No, I'm a forensic pathologist, an independent contractor at this point in my career.
Do you have investigators that work with you?
Yes, in the coroner's office, we'll still have investigators.
So you are in a coroner office system right now?
Yes.
In the current system you're in, who determines whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
It really varies. Most of the time it's the pathologist who determines that. It really depends. In a medical examiner, it's different because the pathologist is the medical examiner. In a coroner system, it's a little different. It's the coroner who will bring the case in. Usually it's left up to the pathologist in my jurisdictions to determine the level of the examination.
And we've talked a little bit about your report. And do you still have that with you?
I do not.
May the witness be handed that last exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe you indicated that you reviewed the autopsy report and documents that were specific. See if I can find the phrasing here. That you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information. Do you recall that?
Yes, I listed a few things, yes.
And in your report, there's a section, materials reviewed. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Is that an exhaustive list of the documents you reviewed in this case?
The initial, I believe I've had a few documents sent to me since this report. But I believe that would have been, it, yes.
And do you mind reading those off for the record, what you reviewed?
Absolutely. I thought I wasn't supposed to, but I can.
Yes, it's an exhibit that's been admitted, so I think that's appropriate.
And so I could just verbatim.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
You have to excuse my voice, I'm sorry. The following materials were reviewed regarding the death of T. Daybell. Autopsy report authored by Dr. Lily Marston, co-signed by Dr. Eric Christensen. Autopsy photographs, toxicology reports from NMS and the Utah Department of Health. A brief investigative report from the Office of the Medical Examiner, State of Utah. A typed coroner report, not signed, dated, or on letterhead, unknown time, authored, or source. The Fremont County Coroner informal record of death report. A report by Deputy Greenhaw, excuse the name, Detective Fabinich and Lieutenant Powell. Scene photographs, unknown source. Report by B. Mattingly. Fremont County incident report from incident from 10/09/2019. Copy of the death certificate for T. Daybell, signed 10/19/2019 by Brenda Dye, and the transcript of Dr. Christensen's testimony, Brenda Dye interview, and Deputy Coroner M. Wilmore's interview.
And you said maybe since then you've reviewed a few more documents.
Yes, I believe so, but that was 3 years ago, so I believe a few things have come through. When I started first reviewing them, a few things have come through since.
And do you recall what those things are that have come through?
I believe it was different reports of what the coroner reported on. I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
As part of your, and let me back up, and these were documents that were provided to you by defense counsel?
That's correct.
So when you say you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information, it was the defense that provided you that other pertinent information, is that correct?
The defense provided me everything, yes.
Did you review a report from Lieutenant Powell regarding requesting Walmart records?
That does not sound familiar, but I don't remember.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emily Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Paul Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Jana Penrose, a relative of Tammy Daybell?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with David Warwick?
I don't believe so. The name's not familiar.
And you said you reviewed some of the coroner reports. Would that be Brenda Dye? Does that name sound familiar?
It does sound familiar. Like I said, one was not signed. I didn't know who wrote it, but that name does sound familiar.
Did you review an interview that was conducted with Brenda Dye, a report of that?
I believe so, yes.
Did you review a report of an interview conducted with the deputy coroner, Cammy Wilmore?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you review a report that contained some records from a Lolly-Time iCloud account?
No.
Did you review a report from Benjamin Dean, an analyst with the FBI?
No.
Did you review the Seasons medical records?
No.
Did you review the Teton medical records?
No.
And I think you indicated you did review some reports of the October 9th incident,
Yes.
and that would have been regarding an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you review a report of an interview with Matthew and Reegen Price?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Haley Palmer?
No.
Did you review any reports of interviews with Angela Yancey?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to the relevance of how that would have an impact on the autopsy. She's going to go down a list of every report that any witness in this case
Prior,
discussed.
no speaking objections, please, but I'll sustain the objection at this point unless there's some specific relevance to the autopsy.
And if I may respond,
Go ahead.
I'm reading off a list that was reviewed by the Utah medical examiners in making their findings. I
Okay,
think it is relevant.
all right. If that's the foundation for that, I'll allow that to continue. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
No,
Did you review a report of an interview with Lisa Jensen?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Janet Davis?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Melissa Coles?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Mary Fran Jepson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Faye Harris?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with John Ox?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Margaret Brown?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Stephanie Peralta?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Angela Johansson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Shanna Miller?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Barbara Blair?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Hannah Munoz?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Britt and Crystal Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Micaiah Baglin?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Cara and Sandra Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emma Moss?
No.
Did you review a statement given by Greg Stoddard?
I don't recall.
Did you review 4 to 5 reports regarding insurance surrounding Tammy Daybell life insurance?
No.
Did you review a report indicating Tammy never used any sick days?
No.
Did you review her Walmart prescription records?
No.
Did you review a report regarding Tammy's cell phone?
No.
Did you review a report? Actually, I'll back up there. So as part of your review of the findings in the autopsy, you did not review the list that was just read off.
No.
Were those documents provided to you?
No.
Some of those that were indicated was the medical records. Did you specifically review the season's medical records associated with Tammy Daybell
As answered before, I did not.
and the Teton medical records?
Judge Aston answered.
Sustain.
Counsel asked you about reviewing or looking at medical records referencing shaking fits and seizure activity. Did you ever look at any medical records referencing shaking fits?
I don't recall the first question, and I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced shaking fits?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced seizure activity?
I did not.
Where did that information come from?
That information came from the coroner's report.
And the coroner's report was information obtained from Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where she got it from, but you'd have to ask her. I'm not sure where they got their medical information from.
And you talked about a possible cause of death being cardiac arrhythmia.
It's one possible cause when there's no anatomical findings, yes.
And you said generally with that, you would find a structural defect.
And commonly we do, yes.
In the review of the autopsy report, was there any structural defect with Tammy Daybell's heart?
Not that they found, no.
You were also asked about the bruising on Tammy Daybell, and I think you said you defined it as unspecified or unspecific bruising?
Non-specific. Dr. Christensen testified to that too. They're non-specific bruises.
And counsel proceeded to ask you about putting pressure on someone's chest. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you would expect it to be 2 people, at least if that was done?
No, it just takes significant weight. to do that. I mean, it's hard to sit on somebody to cause death, and the scientific literature that's out there says probably 450 pounds or more. Actually, it was closer to 600, but they went down to 450.
But you would agree that it could be more than one person involved if
Possibly.
that were to happen.
If you have more than one person on you, yes.
And what are the other ways that asphyxiation can be caused or occur?
Well, again, asphyxia is just the process of the body not getting oxygen. So many things. We said drowning already. You're underwater, you're not getting oxygen, choking, you have airway obstruction, suffocation. You can be in a position like a car. People have asphyxia where they're underneath a car and the car collapses on them. Where the pressure on the chest. Asphyxia could be from chemical asphyxia, such things like cyanide can cause an asphyxial death because it blocks the oxygen getting to the tissues. So the list can go on and on.
And one way to cause asphyxiation could be to place a pillow over someone's head.
You could suffocate them by putting an object or something in front of their face, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yes.
One way to suffocate someone could be to put a plastic bag over their head. Would that cause asphyxiation?
Yes.
And as a forensic pathologist, would you agree that you approach an autopsy more like a doctor as you're looking for symptoms, causes?
Well, we are a doctor, so we do look for scientific evidence of a diagnosis. Again, we don't speculate on diagnoses. We say this is a gunshot wound because we have evidence of the gunshot wound. We have hemorrhage, we have a knife wound. So again, yes, we use scientific evidence to base our diagnoses off of, like any doctor does.
And the difference being in an autopsy, your patient can't provide that information, correct?
That's correct.
So you would have to get it from collateral sources?
Pertinent to the cause of death, yes.
If I may have just a moment.
You may.
That was a long list of stuff she didn't review. The point of that is, we'll talk about it during the break.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list, because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period, we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list, what we've talked about today. These are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you agree that that would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence
Yeah.
of that? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined?
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Raven. Is she going to remain under subpoena?
She is not, Judge. She's excused. And thank you, Dr. Raven.
You're welcome.
Does the state have any subpoena served on her?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll let the witness step out. I think this would be the logical time to take the mid-morning recess as well. So once the witness has cleared the courtroom, we'll go ahead and have our break. All right, we'll take a 20-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, folks, we'll return shortly. Please grab all of your belongings.
All right. So you guys heard him say what? I kind of want to rewind it a little bit and listen to that again. You said he used the word murder. Holy, good pickup on that one. Oopsie poopsie. Okay, so I wish this thing would. I'm trying to get the page to reload. It's not reloading, so that I can read and go back over what she had to say. So he tried to say that in order to use or read all the things that she was naming off would be confirmation bias, would cause that. Is that what he was trying to state? Come on, thingy. Okay, let's see. Did that work? Yes, that worked. Okay, so while we're taking this break, I will be reading back this testimony. So this was Dr. Kathy Raven, board certified anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, and has worked in the area of forensic pathology for 25 years. Raven is a medical doctor. She went to medical school and then became a forensic pathologist. She practices primarily in California. And I saw Wendy say that she lives between the two places that she stated, and she doesn't seem to be a fan of her. Right, Wendy? I saw, which, sometimes when they bring these witnesses up like this that are trying to contradict prosecution on the subject, that it falls flat. I don't know. Thoughts? What do you guys did you feel anything that came out of this contradicted anything that prosecution has brought so far? So Pryor asks Raven about her background. She explains her education and training, and she has testified in over 300 cases. Okay. Pryor retained Raven to review the autopsy report and other materials in the Daybell case. Pryor has her report and asks for a review. Raven reviewed Dr. Christensen's autopsy report from Utah, photos, law enforcement investigation report, and more. She also reviewed Christensen's testimony. Pryor asks Christensen about her. Whoops. No. Oop, this should have been Pryor asks Raven about her conclusion in this case regarding the autopsy. Because, oopsie poopsie, Nate. That's okay, Nate. I can't keep them straight either. She explains there are usually 5 manners of death: homicide, accident, the S, which I don't like to say the word, undetermined or natural. Kristen's, why did, her name is Raven. Wait. I'm trying to decide, is he doing this on purpose or is he's accidentally saying Christensen? I think he's accidentally saying it. Sorry. Raven says she paid close attention to Tammy's autopsy report. She says it was a thorough autopsy and there was non-specific bruising on Tammy's body. Pryor asks what could have caused the bruises in the arms. Raven says it's unknown. Raven says there was no anatomical cause of death for Tammy, meaning all organs appeared fine. The toxicology report was extensive and nothing they tested for was positive, so it's unlikely Tammy was poisoned. So she is agreeing with the original, with Christensen, in that Tammy was healthy. This does not bode well for their case, doesn't it? I mean, that goes against what Pryor's been saying. She's sickly and weak, right? Pryor asked about the autopsy being done in December 2019. The signing of the report was 2 years later. Pryor asks why there was such a gap between when the autopsy was done and when the findings were signed. Raven says sometimes the toxicology testing can take a few months. That's the only thing she can think of that could have caused the delay. So 2019, December 2019, think about it though. What happened December 2019? I mean, what happened from the end of December for 2 years? We had a pandemic. So things were probably backed up. just putting it out there. Maybe that's a thing. One never knows. Raven determined that the cause of death should have been undetermined because there was nothing anatomically wrong. Pryor asks about the bruises on Tammy's arm possibly contributing to asphyxia. She says the bruises were nonspecific. Pryor asks about someone dying from asphyxia from having someone else sit on their chest. Raven says it would be extraordinarily difficult for a healthy person to die from having someone sit on their chest. That right there does not bode well, in my opinion, for Pryor's defense case of the sickly, weak Tammy. That doesn't bode well for that. Pryor asks if there was damage to the neck or throat. Raven says no, meaning that she wasn't choked out like you would. Sometimes you break the was it called the hyoidal bone in strangulation? Or was that what, something like that? I forget what it. No. So Pryor asks about the difference between her report and Christensen's report, where he said asphyxia was manner of death. She says there is nothing that points to asphyxia, and she believes the cause of death is undetermined. Pryor asks about seizures. Raven says there are different types of seizures: large, shaking, and convulsive. With smaller seizures, people might stare into space, make repetitive motions, etc. Pryor asks about arrhythmia, an electrical disturbance in the heart. Raven says you may not see anything at the time of autopsy if someone dies from arrhythmia. Oh, I saw some comments on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, in reference to the seizures. Some people were speaking up saying that they suffer from seizures, And his explanation of the seizure activity was, she didn't even use the right words. Now, granted, she is a doc speaking about doctor things to jury and may feel the need to change the way she says it so that they will understand it. So I don't give any, I don't look at that as, oh, she didn't use the right words. She probably used words that she feels would sit well with the jury who may not be doctors. Just my opinion. Oh, speaking of that, I must put this on. Where is it? Everything. There we go. Now, where did I go? Oh, back to it. So, Pryor asked about seizures. Yeah, we went through that. Pryor asked about what could have led to Tammy's death. Ravens says seizure arrhythmia. Other things could have contributed. She says no conclusive or scientific evidence shows how Tammy died. Pryor has nothing further. Then Blake takes over with Cross and asks Raven if she is a medical examiner. She says she has in the past, but is currently an independent contractor. Blake asks Raven if she has investigators who work with her. She is in a coroner office system. Blake asks who determines whether an autopsy should be conducted. Raven says it depends. Could be a coroner or a pathologist. Blake asks about Raven reviewing Tammy's autopsy report and other pertinent information. She asks Raven to list what she has reviewed. So she reviewed autopsy report by Dr. Lily Marsden, autopsy photos, toxicology reports, brief investigative report from medical examiner, typed coroner report, Fremont County coroner informal record of death, blah, 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 blah. Report from the detective Greenhalgh, or however he pronounces that. Greenhalgh, I don't know. Scene photos, report from Dr. Mattingly, or Detective Mattingly, Fremont County incident report, Tammy's death certificate, and transcript of Dr. Christensen's testimony. That's quite a lot. And then she asks her, well, did you read this review? Did you read this one? Raven has reviewed a few other things over the years. Defense provided her with everything. Blake asks if Raven reviewed a report from Lieutenant Powell requesting Walmart records. Raven says that does not sound familiar. Blake asks if she reviewed an interview with Paul or Emily Daybell. Raven doesn't recall. Blake asks Raven if she reviewed more reports from others, and Raven does not recall. Raven did not review the Lolly Cloud account, the FBI analyst report, the season's medical records, or Teton medical records. Blake continues to list other reports that Raven did not review. Pryor objects. Blake responds and says she is reading a list of everything reviewed by the Utah medical examiners. Judge allows Blake to continue. She continues to list all the reports to medical examiner reviewed. So Blake continues to list reports that Raven did not review. Again, all of these reports were reviewed by the medical examiner in Utah who determined Tammy Daybell's cause of death. Blake finishes the list. She asks if all those documents were provided to Raven. Raven says no. Blake asks about Tammy's medical records. Raven says she did not review them. Wait, what? What? Oh. Blake asks if Raven reviewed medical records referencing shaking fits or seizure activity. Raven did not. Blake asked where that information came from. Raven says that came from the coroner's report. Blake says that information came from Chad Daybell, correct? Raven says you would have to ask her. Raven says you would have to ask her. Him? Who? Who are we asking? Raven says there was no structural damage to Tammy's health. That is that's the agreement with Christensen. She was healthy. Blake asks about the bruises and putting pressure on someone's chest. Raven says to die from someone sitting on the chest, you would likely need at least 450 pounds of pressure. Blake asks about other ways someone could die from asphyxia. She lists drowning, suffocation, pressure on the chest, chemicals, etc. Raven says you could suffocate someone by putting an object over their mouth. You could also put a plastic bag over their head. Blake has no other questions. Pryor takes the lectern. I'm not saying lectern. And asks about the witnesses, documents, etc. That Blake referenced. He asks if taking into account all other documents is an example of confirmation bias. Raven says she has never looked at such an exhaustive list when determining cause of death. She bases her findings off the scientific evidence. So Pryor asks if ruling that a plastic bag over a head or a pillow on face without any evidence would just be a hunch. Raven says yes. Pryor has nothing further, and then we take a break. So after hearing all that, let's see what you guys think about what this pathologist had to say in reference or against what Christensen said. Do you think that I feel like a lot of what she was saying was in agreement to Christensen, except for when you get to the actual cause of death itself, she's then trying to say, well, we shouldn't say homicide or whatever, right? Because, we can't tell how she died. We can't tell it's asphyxia because there's nothing that says or shows her that it's asphyxia. So let me see. We're going to read back a bit. Where was the boom? I see. Sorry, I saw Brian say boom, and I was trying to figure out what he boomed. What'd you boom? Oh. Oh, Stevie, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. Get better soon. Let's see. Okay, so please rewind that. You guys make me chuckle every day, Beanie. I told you today I'd be a lot better. Yesterday, Mondays are my recovery day from the weekend, and my brain function on Mondays is very so by Tuesday I pep up. But you will always probably notice that Mondays will be Addi drags her butt into online because she's struggling. Oh, so let's see. Christy says, we'll go with this one. So Christy says, whether they find him guilty of Tammy's murder, I hope so, but it may be hard. But the kids, I don't think they'll have any questions about. He just needs to go stay in a cell for 23 hours a day. Oh, the thought of that gives me the, I don't do alone well. I do not do alone well. Stephen Pryor said that does she rely on interviews from those not present at the there it is right there, present at the oopsie at the oopsie, we'll call it that. Yeah, I did not hear that. Dang. I could rewind it real quick. Was that at the very end of it during his redirect? If so, I could rewind it a little bit and we could actually probably try to listen and then go back. So, Christy says, Pryor really slipped up with that one. Wonder if the jury caught it. How can you make a determination if you don't review any reports? I think that I'm surprised when she said she didn't look at her medical records. Wouldn't that be something that would be part of what you would do, is actually look over the history of the person before you're trying to determine their healthiness or what was the cause of their death? Maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on that. I hope you feel better. Yes. Hope so, Stevie, get better. My bias is that I don't trust the government, so I always listen well to the defense's witness. There's too much corruption when politicians run our government. And I avoid that topic. Pryor asked the forensic lady if relying on all those evidence interviews from those not present at the murder, not at the unattended death. So he has a bad habit of going straight to certain things. Like he's constantly was saying during prosecution's case, dug her up, digging her up. He constantly does that kind of thing, uses those kind of things. And this could have been, that was an oopsie. I bet he doesn't realize he said it. So she reviewed the medical reports, but we heard that the one she didn't look at was her medical history, right? I'm trying to look back and see. Finishes no. So she didn't look at, I think it was her medical history, because that's why Blake was questioning the fact that she was talking about seizures, or why that stuff was brought up. If she didn't review her, Blake asked about Tammy's medical records. Raven says she did not review them. So if she didn't review her medical records, then she, and then she wouldn't have known whether or not Tammy had ever suffered from seizures or anything. Which then Pryor asked her about that, and she went off on that tangent. There's no evidence of seizures in this case. If Chad wanted any chance of getting life, he should have taken a plea and blamed Lori and Alex for everything. Yes, and I think that they're still trying to do the blame game on put it all off on Lori and Alex, really, in my opinion. I think that that's where they're trying to head with this, right? So not going well at all. Chad has his cases or his attorneys. So true, scratch that, because I don't even know if they offered him a plea. My brain is hurting today. I don't know if they did. I don't recall him ever being offered a plea. I have no idea. Christy, I'm sure you know much more than I do. I didn't follow Lori's case, so I'm not in the know. Neither am I. I did not listen to her case. Nope. I don't think some of the jury caught it too. I'm sure they did. I do believe someone on the jury caught it, and in the deliberation room, I hope they bring it up. Christy says, Wendy, I followed it, but I still get things mixed up. Both cases, in my opinion, you have to follow all the details so closely it's easily mixed up. Uh-huh. Yeah. Lemon. I just rewatched Pryor say murder. Oopsie poopsie. See, I was almost faded to sleep until I heard. Laura's trial was awful. The audio was trash. Yes, that's what I heard and why I didn't even bother. Also, I was doing at that time we had at least 5 other trials going. Wendy says, I want to be a forensic pathologist, but no. I always say I would love to be a lawyer, but I don't want to stand up and have to give the lawyer the questioning and stuff like that. So I would rather be a paralegal and do the research. My next life, I'm going to be a paralegal. So Wendy says, I don't care about her not reviewing interviews. I only care about the autopsy. And I am concerned that she didn't look at her medical records. I'm sorry, but you can't talk about seizures if you didn't look back at her medical records and say and know if she had them or not. I mean, that right there was bothersome to me. When I heard Pryor say it, I jumped like sat on a hot coal. Dang it. I was trying to catch up reading from the East Idaho thingy, and it was not updating. So I was like clicking and I missed it. I should make a clip. I thought, good point. Wow, I need to go back and listen to that. If you guys find the timestamp, I can go right to it and we could listen to it together. If y'all know the timestamp. Not that I could ever follow the timestamps on a live. I always get lost. I think I want to make some fajitas for dinner with refried beans. Yummy. I have leftover pintos and mayo cabo beans, Mexican rice, queso, chips, and all the toppings. I'm craving it. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. We can have the jurors brought in, please.
Unattended. Chad was there. Garth was there.
You may, Mr. Pryor. And who's the next witness you'll be calling, Mr. Pryor?
Regan Price.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please.
All rise. Someone doesn't like to be told they can't say certain things
Press your counter for your honor.
Thank you.
Or
Please
just-
be seated.
or mess up monetization.
Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense continues its case in chief. Mr. Pryor, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Regan Price.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Your chin picks up the best. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, before we inquire, we did have a quick sidebar this morning on an inquiry on the exclusionary order. That does not relate to this witness, correct? The sidebar?
No.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Pryor. So in this case, then, the witness is sworn, Ms. Price. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with your testimony. This trial has been publicly streamed online as well as reported in the news and open to the public here while it's taken place. Have you watched any of the testimony of any witness that's testified here in this trial?
No.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else who has testified or talked to anyone about your testimony?
No.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to start with your direct, you may.
And Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 76 that I'm going to move for admission. It represents approximately a 2-minute interview with Ms. Price. My understanding is that the state, Ms. Beatty, is going to stipulate to its admission.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 76 then will be admitted.
Judge, if I may have 76 returned to me after it's marked and entered.
Okay, we'll have the clerks mark the exhibit and have that returned.
And while we're waiting, Judge, if I can start if you'd like, if I may.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and start with your direct, you may, and we'll just have the bailiff, now that he's got that, provide that to you, and then we can go.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Price.
Good morning.
And would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, it's Reegen Price, and it's Reegen Price.
And Ms. Price, at some point in 2018, 2019, you were a neighbor of Mr. Daybell and Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in relation,
I'm sorry, could I get you to kind of talk right close to that microphone? It only picks it up if you're right next to it. Thank you.
Mhm.
and you noted that that was correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, did you live south of them off of 200? Is that fair?
Yes,
And across the street on the Salem Highway would have been Joe and Emma Murray.
yes,
So then Joe and Emma would have been kitty corner to Chad. Is that correct?
yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to September 9th of 2019. It's noted that you, at some point during that time, there are some reports that you heard some sort of a gunshot on that day. Do you recall that?
I do remember hearing gunshots on a certain day. I'm not for certain which date that is.
Okay.
Uh,
Go ahead.
No, I'm,
Okay. And when you say gunshots, was it gunshots or gunshot?
to my knowledge, I remember there was maybe one, but
Okay. Okay. And to your recollection, you believe that it may or may not have been on September 9th?
I don't have a date.
Did you have an occasion to contact law enforcement and talk to them about that?
On a day that we did contact law enforcement, there was a couple things that we had discussed that was unusual, but it wasn't on that specific day with the shooting.
Okay. And at some point you've discussed this case with law enforcement on a couple of occasions. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those would have been on or around June 9th of 2020.
I don't know the date, but
Okay.
It-
And then again, you had one potentially on May 5th of 20. Do you recall that as well? A longer discussion?
mhm, yes.
Okay. And Judge, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 76, if I could.
You may.
I might need some assistance. And then the volume, if you could. We're gonna get everybody to help.
I just got the process, you know, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all you're all over the news right now, Fox
You know
News.
what? I was
CNN.
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has
Right.
been in
Oh.
so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here, so.
Probably like this, not cartoon.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build back.
Judge, could we have just a moment?
Yes.
Let's get out of that first.
And to just clarify, was that part of Exhibit 76 that was being published there?
I believe so, Judge, yes.
Thank you.
Am I ready? Let's try again, Judge. You may want to stick around.
Found something.
Yeah. It's good. Everything's good right now. Everything's a good
I
thing.
do know
It's all
everything
good,
will
yeah.
come out eventually,
Yeah.
you know, just makes the
Yeah.
curiosity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do I do? Well, it was just playing, right?
Yeah, but are you able to tell the timestamps?
I can't really tell the timestamps, but I want to play the entire 2 minutes. So it doesn't matter. I think we're ready, Judge.
All right, give me just a moment here. Let me consult with.
And
staff.
you're,
Want to have another person maybe take a look at that, Mr. Pryor, to see if any
we're gonna
additional
ask,
assistance
probably.
on that device.
where's that?
You heard a gunshot then?
Yeah, and it was like, and they said it was a raccoon. And it was about that same time, we had set the timeline to Ron, because we checked our phone and it was like what is the Rob Wood? Is that the prosecuting?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We had talked to them and we had looked it up on our phone records when to try to put it together, you
Yeah.
know? But like our neighbors up here, like they will go shoot birds and stuff in the mornings. And so we'll hear that sometimes, but it was close. And like our bedroom window's right here. And we sleep with the window open most of the time because
Did you see anybody out there?
no, but we just heard it. So that's what we were thinking. We're like, you know, it was an afternoon because he would have been at work. That it would have been morning. so-
Morning. Huh.
Anyways, we'll just keep
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, no, and even details that you're like, that's probably nothing. We take them, right?
Well,
I mean, at
that's
this
what we
point, we'll,
decided after we called him because we're like, we sat on it for a while and then we're like, well, maybe it will help, you know? So
yeah,
just our timeline experience with them.
Yeah.
You know, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all being, you're all over the news right now, Fox
You know
News,
what? I
CNN,
was
and-
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has
Right.
been in
Oh.
so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here, so.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build that here. And we went out there to scope out where we were gonna put it, and I'm like, do you hear that?
Judge, I can stop at this point.
Like just that much further away from it and you don't hear it. Cool. Good.
At least I think I can.
All right.
So, Ms. Price, you've heard the audio tape. And I believe that goes back to June 9th of 2020. Do you recall that now?
If that's the date, but yes, I remember that conversation that I had.
Okay. And then you made some comment that you heard a shot and there was some discussion about raccoons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a further discussion about you, and it's unclear who you provided a timeline to, but you provided a timeline to somebody. Do you recall?
So my husband and I both discussed just some strange events that happened with the Daybells over the last year.
Okay.
And it was my husband and I creating a timeline together because like I've stated, I don't have any dates,
Okay.
but there was enough going on that we were trying to figure out where everything was so that by the time we did talk to a detective or a police officer, it was informational and resourceful and beneficial to
And
them.
do you recall in a later interview where there was a discussion about you and your husband made some mention about that he'd be a really good detective? Do you remember that discussion?
I remember that in the audio, but
Okay.
that was my husband, not me.
And do you remember the discussion that you would work through Joe Murry to try to get some information about locating the kids?
I do. I remember that.
And that you'd be willing to wear a wire?
I do. I remember that. There was children missing and I was willing to do whatever it took to find these children.
Right. And then in addition, there was some talk about the fact that your husband in the past had plowed up, done some cultivation for Joe's garden or something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. He did it for a lot of the neighbors around the
Right.
neighborhood.
And Officer K had offered to,
Objection, hearsay.
was there a discussion about using?
Hold on, there's a pending objection. It's sustained.
Was there a discussion about using police funds to help pay $50?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you engage in any discussion regarding accepting payment from the police to doing certain?
Objection, hearsay, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Did you do any kind of a discussion with the police for some sort of payment to work with the police and regarding the Daybell case?
I think in reference to that conversation that you're talking about, Officer K just comically said that, and it was more of a personal, it wasn't as an officer using officer funds.
And you took that as a joke, is that right?
I did.
All right, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, cross-examination once you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Price. Do you prefer that I call you Ms. Price or that I call you Reegen?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. I'll go with Ms. Price. So you testified that at some point you heard a gunshot, correct?
I did, yes.
And that was in the early morning? Was that your testimony?
I believe it was.
Do you remember what day that took place? I believe it was your testimony that you didn't remember the specific day.
Yes, I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the time frame?
I don't. Just looking back at the audio, being refreshed with that, but as far as it's been 4 years, to my knowledge, it was just based off of that. It was morning, afternoon time, but not a specific time.
Could it have been at some point before September 9th?
Definitely.
Could it have been at some point after September 9th?
I don't recall it was after September 9th.
Okay. And out in the country, is it uncommon for people to have guns?
No, it's very common for people to have guns.
Okay. Now, you briefly testified about your discussion with Officer K. Would that be Detective Kaya Kamanu?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you joked around with him?
Very briefly.
Did you ever accept payment from law enforcement?
Never.
Okay. And if I may have just one moment.
You may.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Oh, hold on. We've got
Sorry.
direct possibly.
Sorry.
You may.
Ms. Price, you don't have a direct recollection of when you heard that gunshot, correct?
I don't.
But did you recall hearing on the audio tape that there was a combination of a gunshot, a raccoon, and the name Chad Daybell? How often does those three happen on a particular day?
Objection misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. I don't know if she's appearing under subpoena. If so, I'd like to inquire whether or not she can be released from the subpoena.
And Your Honor, I believe the state did have her under subpoena. We would release her from our subpoena at this point.
And Judge, the defense has her under subpoena and we're releasing her as well.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Then you can go ahead and leave.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar?
Yes.
Okay, quick sidebar. So he just tried to throw that in. Oh, when he does that, it gets to me when he does this whole throw something in, a misstates the test, then the objection after to fix what he just did. It's strategy. It's strategy. It just drives me crazy. Misstates the evidence. Sustained. Oh my. So yeah, one thing about what in the years of running other chats and stuff, I always struggled with the, not allowing opinions, blocking out certain things. I mean, for monetization reasons, as a YouTuber, you can understand why there are certain words that need to be avoided because those words cause issues. And then if the stream isn't monetized or the videos aren't monetized, then the content creator is not making money. Because if you notice, I don't get a lot of stuff. So I have to rely on ads. And so I do kind of have to cut back on some of the use of some words that we were using before, because a lot of those things in the past, over the past 7 years, a lot of those streams that of a certain entity that I'm not going to mention didn't get monetized because of the content, because YouTube was like, yeah, that's not appropriate for all audiences or advertisers or whatever. So for little YouTubers like myself or content creators, whatever, we kind of have to be careful with the things we allow to be
All right,
stated.
counsel, I've had a sidebar in terms of scheduling. The defense has 2 more witnesses that are scheduled to appear today. One hasn't quite arrived because I guess we went a little quicker through the morning than anticipated. The other will be here shortly after the lunch break. So at this time, there are some matters the court can take up to use this time on a few motions and things that would be outside the presence of the jurors as well. We're going to go ahead and take another recess at this point, and then once the witness shows up for before lunch, we'll call that witness. We'll take up a few other hearings, and then we'll call the next witness directly after lunch. So we'll take another break at this time.
All right, please.
Okay, I think he just said we're going on lunch. I was reading the chat and I go, oh wait, I should have listened to what he said. Yeah, I guess we're going to lunch. Yes. Fire asks for a sidebar. Boyce says the defense has 2 more witnesses scheduled to appear today, but they are not here. Boyce says there are some matters that can be taken up outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Once the witness shows up, we will be back.
All right, counsel, there's a few things that we can do outside the presence of the jurors, but the matter of exhibits is something I think we're going to need more time from the court side to prepare. And at some point before these jurors receive exhibits for deliberations, the court intends to have a conference regarding exhibits to make sure they've all been properly identified and marked before they are submitted for those deliberations. But that is going to take some time with the clerks as well as the court to work through the list and address the ones we have questions on. So I'm not sure we will be doing that today. There was another matter that Mr. Wixom brought up, I think, that we could potentially just clarify on the record before we take a recess here. Mr. Wixom,
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, may I remain seated?
you may.
Thank you. Judge, I just wanted to call to the court's and the defense's attention under my duty of candor to the court, some information that came in through a witness a few weeks ago that we subsequently found at least is inaccurate. We don't have any reason to believe it was intentional at all. But the court and counsel might recall that we called Heather Daybell as a witness, and in doing so asked a few questions specific to whether or not she had provided any information to Officer David Hope. David Hope was her daughter's father-in-law, and she had answered no. In fairness, and looking back at the record, I think in fairness, she probably perceived that question as having done so on a personal basis. After her testimony a day or two later in preparation for a different witness, I had reviewed another police report. In this case, there are many, but had for the first time found her name referenced in an entirely different report with David Hope. It did not appear that she gave any information in that, but she was in an interview with that officer. We immediately, once we realized this, disclosed that to the defense so they could be aware of it. If there's any, they felt any need to call that to the jury's attention and the court's attention. I at least up until this point, I don't believe they've felt that need. I think it's probably fairly inconsequential, other than after the testimony, we became aware that it was inaccurate testimony. Again, not disparaging Ms. Daybell. I don't think she at all intended to give incorrect testimony. I think it's been 5 years since this case began, and I think it was probably just an oversight on her part, if not confusion from the line of questioning. So again, out of candor, we just wanted to note that for the record, make sure the court knew about it, and make sure that the defense knew. And I think they've known for a few weeks now. So just wanted to call back to the court's attention.
All right, so the state's made a proffer regarding a perceived inaccuracy or actual inaccuracy in testimony. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to respond in any way on that?
Just very briefly, Judge, Mr. Wixom actually, right after Ms. Daybell's testimony, provided me another one of his very late communications to me that day. And this is a non-issue. There is no issue here whatsoever. There is nothing that I would even suggest is some inaccurate disclosure. I absolutely agree with Mr. Wixom's assessment that this was not something that is inconsistent with what Heather Daybell said to this tribunal or even to the jury. So in my opinion, there's absolutely no issue here.
Okay, well, what the court could potentially do to cure that would be to require Ms. Daybell, if she were subpoenaed either by the parties or under the court's own initiative, to return for further testimony. And based on your comments, Mr. Pryor, I would understand you would waive or forego the right for additional testimony based on that disclosure. Is that correct?
Judge, there is absolutely no reason to bring Ms. Daybell back for any further indication on this thing. Again, I want to make it very clear for the record that this is inconsequential and there is absolutely no issue here whatsoever.
Okay,
And I appreciate Mr. Wixom being so forthright and candor, even if it was in the middle of the night when he let me know.
all right. So we'll go ahead and consider the matter resolved on the record then and notified duly to the defense on that issue. At this time then, if counsel wants to remain available, there may be another matter I think we might be able to take up in regards to jury sequestration on issues I may want to discuss with you today to use some of this time. If we have a lapse in time also, that would likely be done outside of the public presence as it would discuss matters related to the jurors. So we'll go ahead and remain on this break. Once your witnesses arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess.
All right.
Okay, I said I was going to discuss something when they went on break, but now I forgot what it was. I think it was the ads. Okay. So I know that for most YouTube watchers, the ads are annoying AF. But as a content creator, if that's what we want to call this, that I do, I'm not here just to sit around and watch trials all day. I'm trying to create my own business again. I'm coming from doing pretty good to no longer working to now having to or doing my own thing. And so I rely on my awesome people who like to sit and watch me and find out what color I will wear or or what I will say or whatever. Anyway, so yes, there are ads on my video. If you are premium, which I highly recommend it, if ads annoy the F out of you and you find yourself clicking as soon as you see them pop up and you click them off, that doesn't help the content creator. Most ads have to be watched for at least 30 seconds for the content creator to receive their revenue for that. So if you're clicking them off and you're not giving them that 30 seconds of view, and usually they run them like you'll get 2 ads that'll hit, and we have the ability to be aggressive with our ads or we can cut back. And I try for the most part to try to balance it out, but in order to believe it or not, ad revenue is not that good. It is not good. So that's why YouTube has so many ways for a content creator to be able to get monetization, the monetization, the revenue, and all those things from different way. So if you get the ads, I apologize. It is what it is. I am trying to recoup and do something, but anyway, not to over explain that, but I do appreciate the fact that you guys do not click them off, that you let them run their course. I need to put the thing up so I can look better, and during certain portions of the testimony, I'm going to be working on this starting tomorrow, because today I forgot, but I will try to keep the ads from happening during the actual testimony and try to let it be more during the breaks or sidebars or that kind of thing. But yes, ads are very important. So are other avenues for YouTube content creators. That's why if you struggle with the ads, and I'd cut back on the ads, I will once my either the membership grows or other avenues grow as I'm growing. So that's why you see as many ads as you do. For the replay watchers, I do go back in and move the ads to where there's no content or where it's quiet, so that it doesn't interfere with testimony that's happening. But while we're live and while I'm, sitting here trying to listen, I may not be 100% watching where the ads fall and that kind of thing. So I will work on, trying to figure this out, because I know it's frustrating. But premium, everyone in my family has premium. We all, my sons used to click off on all the ads, and I got on them about that. I said, your mom has been working in YouTube for a long time. And as a person who sees this stuff all day, I ask that you not do that to your content creators that you support. Watch their ads for 30 seconds. So anyway, they were like, yes, mother. So then I would say, okay, fine, I'm getting you premium since it's an issue for you and you don't like to wait. My son does this cute thing. He gets up during the ads and he does his pacing. We call it pacing. We used to call it playing, but it's actually pacing. And he'll do it during the commercials, and he knows how long he has to pace for, and then he'll go back in. So he'll get up, pace, go back in. He does it also when certain games or whatever that he's playing and he doesn't want to wait, or he doesn't want to sit there and do the anticipation, what I call the Heinz ketchup waiting. He'll get up and pace and then go back in. So there's a lot of pacing during commercials. But anyway, that's just a little bit about that. I keep saying, I was talking about the membership stuff. I do, put that in and stuff. The membership stuff is excellent. It helps. It gives me a monthly basis. So if you've been gifted a membership, and you get a whole free month of being green, like Kermit the Frog. And then after that, if you're gifted it, then you would need to choose to continue being and supporting me as a content creator without having to deal with ads. I believe that membership, don't quote me on this, but I think maybe memberships don't see the ads. Don't quote me on that. But once my membership base builds, I can then cut back on other things that are more annoying. But anyway, yes, we get all of the ads that run through our videos. We get a chunk of that, and so does YouTube. That's why when you have people getting on other content creators and calling them grifting and all this stuff, YouTube wants watchers to support their content creators, because by the super chats and super stickers and all those things and memberships and all that stuff, YouTube makes a percentage off of what you make. So they don't want people getting on other, content creators for you're grifting or whatever. No, it's how YouTube was made. YouTube was made to earn through ads and the love that is shared by the watchers to their favorite content creators. So, oh yeah, see, I can't live without it. I'll go into, sometimes I'll, look at something outside of this channel that I have this name. My other name that I was using for the other one, or the one I used to have that I'm not using now, was a non-premium, and the ads would drive me nuts. So I have to make sure I have at least one of them. This is my name. This is what I've got. But the other one I used to use wasn't a premium channel, and it would drive me nuts. So I understand. I just wanted to put that, and I thank Brian for bringing that up and saying that. But yes, premium is it's actually worth it. I know that if you're fixed income and stuff like that, and you've got, you're got a lot going on, and every little bill that goes out there. But for me, for my family, we're all like, yeah, premium. We can't deal with it. We gotta have premium. So I always recommend that because YouTube is anti ad blocker. They in fact are putting things in place all the time, trying to keep those ad blockers from working, because they don't want you to block the ads because they're not making money on that. So that's one of the reasons why when I was working for something else, that I would always say in the chat, so we promote premium. We don't promote ad blocker. So anyhow, off that subject, but that is awesome. What that Colin got you premium. And this one here, I hate when people say grifting negatively. Nobody says that to anyone getting paychecks. Yes, this is no different than if you have a 9-to-5 job that you leave your house and go. It's the same thing. A lot of people do make a living this way, and it is what it is. I should, as a patron, or as a person who watches their favorite content creators, you should not be made to feel bad because you wish to support them in whatever way you are able to. It's yours to do with what you please. And it's a struggle for me when I see that kind of thing, going against anyone who is supporting somebody else because of, you want to support them as a content creator. That's the whole purpose of YouTube. So Lemon says, okay, I'm currently watching all the ads. Oh, good Lord. I feel like, it is hard for content creators to have to come up and talk about this subject, because people get upset. You're forcing me to, it's already, you have your TV set up to where you can DVR stuff and then you can forward through the commercials, right? That's how I watch everything. I record everything and then forward through the commercials. But sadly, with YouTube, the only way to forward through the commercials is to use premium. You can't, you can click them off or whatever, but then, doing that, you're not helping little old us trying to make something of stuff. Anyway, premium is 99% cheaper than cable. Oh, I love it when you get cable and then you start finding the apps and stuff in your cable thingy. On your TV, you'll have the list of apps and you're like, oh, there's an app for Peacock. There's an app for Discovery Plus. And then you go and subscribe to those, and now you're paying for. But usually with cable, those apps will be free. I think we don't pay for anything unless it's not covered by the cable. But I do use, oh my God, hold on, I got it. Yes, she's telling me. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. Yep, I understand. Yep. I'll be right back. Aw, that's sweet. Oh, we still pay an arm and a leg. We have several people with computers who do a lot of interneting here. So we have, and plus I was doing what I was doing before for the 7 years. I had to have the best internet, you know, that doesn't drop your signal type of stuff. And so that's why I'm able to do this, you know, stream it this way, because we have good internet. Brian says we pay for YouTube TV, Prime, and Fox Nation. I think we have, yeah, we're similar. I did have YouTube TV because I was using it for watching football during football season. And I have it on pause until football season comes back, because that YouTube TV thing and being able to watch 4 games at once is the most awesome thing ever if you're a sports fan. And I am a huge football fan. So that's the only thing I use YouTube TV for, because we have the cable. So, but I like being able to do the whole 4 boxes in one, like we're watching this trial. And you can do that with the YouTube TV thing. The, what is it called? The something package, whatever it is, I forgot. Whatever it's called. But I need more people in my house to like sports more, so that I have people to watch it with. It's kind of boring watching it by myself. My husband is not a sports fan, but he will watch with me and then choose the opposite team that I'm rooting for, just so we can just so we have one for each, and we can go back and forth and go, ha ha. Got you, beat you, won, I win. My teams are always, since the 70s, the Niners and Green Bay, just because they're kind of an underdog. I used to be underdog for New Orleans Saints, but I used to have a YouTuber that I used to watch who was a diehard Saints fan. And it was just funny to watch him watch the games, because they would lose so badly. And Dodgers, that's baseball, baby. Oh, Dodger, or let's see, for so for football, Niners, my all-time ever since Joe Montana was the quarterback. Yep, I'm that old. I used to always say, I used to drive my dad nuts. I would say, he's got such cute lips. My dad, what? What? Oh. For basketball, used to be the Suns, Phoenix Suns. As we used to live in Phoenix. Long time ago. And I'm trying to think back. What other sports? So for baseball, it was Padres, because we used to live there too. And Brian's a San Francisco Giants fan. Well, yes, when you live, yes, I usually go by also whatever state I'm in will be, or whatever city or whatever. We can't call them, my other favorite one was the Washington. We can't call them that anymore. but it's the Commanders, I think is what they're calling now. So I liked them, didn't live there, but I liked that team as well. But Packers was like a underdog for me. And I was also a Raiders fan. Just because I was like, there's a lot of with the Raiders. A lot of people don't like them. It's either a love-hate relationship with the Raiders. So I think didn't they're no longer in Oakland. I believe, I forget. Is it Vegas, Las Vegas? I forget where they're at. I think they moved. Let me look. Was it the Las Vegas Raiders? Yep, I was right. The Las Vegas Raiders moved to, to Paradise, Nevada from Oakland. Yep. Oh, okay. It was at 2020. I'm horrible at dates, so it was surprising. Okay, okay, now I remember. That's why I don't remember. Because after the 2019 NFL season, we didn't have football for quite a while. That was a rough time. So there's hopefully this year is hopefully the Texans' year, and hoping the Astros get it together. So Brian follows the Packers or NFL. Yeah. Niners. Always and forever. What's going on with the Astros? Brian asks. I like attending baseball better than watching it on TV. I don't have the focus for that. I have to go with sports that keep my attention because the whole focus issue. But going to a baseball game, I remember going with my dad to the Padre games, and we would just the two of us. It was fun. I loved it. Basketball is I like watching basketball, and I've not watched it like on a regular basis, but hockey. Oh my goodness. We have a team local here that we support, and I had a blast going and watching hockey at the arena. Very, very, yes, it was good. I was like on the edge of my seat the entire time. Yep. So Niners are my always and forever, like I keep saying. So Candy says about the Astros, just played badly at the beginning of the season. They are starting to play like we have come to expect them to play. I'd love to find a group of sports people locally to go do stuff with, so that my poor husband doesn't have to put up with it. He is not a fan. Yes. But I would love to watch a football game. I've not been to a football game. I have been to basketball and hockey and baseball. Which is weird because normally I have issues with crowds. I grew up in a situation where we did a lot of what are called conventions annually. So I struggled even then, but you get used to it, but oof, crowds are a struggle. Walking into a stadium and trying to walk down the stairs and not topple, what is it, rear end over tea kettle or whatever the heck it is, my balance is horrible. So I when I walk into an arena and I have to walk down those stairs, I have to hold on with both, like, because my balance is horrible, and I always feel like I'm gonna fall and bite the dust. So Brian says my mom loves hockey. She follows the TB Lightning. TB? What's the TB? Hockey is so good. Oh, makes you want to get up and growl. Christy says my mom called. Her dementia has gotten so bad. Conversation goes in circles the entire time. I'm so sorry to hear that, Christy. And she also says, I love baseball and football. I used to be a college basketball fan, but haven't really gotten into it lately. Oh, yeah. College football is another thing that I do definitely follow. And then I try to, this year, the last couple of years since the pandemic happened and everything was, askew. I got out of the habit, but I love March Madness for basketball, college basketball. March Madness is awesome. I get the thing out, and I don't do the brackets I follow the brackets differently. I follow who wins what and whatever, just because I like those kind of things, not because I want to bet on anything or whatever. But yeah, I love college basketball, college football. For football, it's for me, it's the what is the I forgot the name. Hold on, Alabama. What's the heck is it? The name of the team? Alabama. Oh yeah, there it is. Crimson Tide. Roll Tide, roll. I had to get the words. There you go. Crimson Tide. Absolutely my all-time favorite. There was a YouTuber that I used to watch from Alabama, and they supported the Crimson Tide all the time. Roll Tide, roll was the whole thing. And I got majorly into watching them. They are a fantastic team. Oh my goodness. Love it. They are excellent. Every year it's the same thing. But college football is fun, yes. And yes, March Madness. Oh my gosh, it is so much fun. It's like fast the whole month. You don't miss anything, or you it goes quick. Arkansas. Oh, that's right. Arkansas is the Razorbacks, right? When I was growing up, I used to collect baseball cards. I had a huge set. A little bit of football, but football wasn't the big thing for me. It was baseball cards. With autism, I tend to be a collector of things that are like bottle caps. Anything that I like to collect stuff like that most people don't collect. Like rocks. No. Oh, my son was like that too. He would be walking along and I would see him pick up rocks and I wouldn't make any, it'd be, oh, he's got a rock. Isn't that cute? And then I realized one day I opened up, I moved the curtain back during the winter, you keep your curtains closed. Then come spring, you open all the curtains and then there was a whole plethora in his windowsill of rocks. I'm like, oh, well, that's weird. Oh, okay. So he collects rocks. It was cute. I loved it. He would see one and go, rock, my collection. Okay. He lets me tell the stories. He doesn't mind. I ask him, is it okay if I tell some of your cute stories? And he'll say, yes, I don't care. Okay. Okay. Drew Talbot does these hilarious restaurant. Okay, so Drew Talbot does these hilarious restaurant videos that always do Roll Tide. Yeah. Speaking of restaurant stuff or whatever, have you guys ever watched some of the videos on street food and how they make it in different, like around the world type of street food stuff? That stuff is so interesting. My husband and I will just sit and watch videos and try to figure out how they make them. There's no words that you can't necessarily understand it because the language is probably not English, but you're looking at them and they're creating these things, these dishes and whatever on the streets of whatever, like Vietnam or whatever. And they are actually very entertaining, especially if you like cooking and food stuff. My husband does all the cooking in our house. I have no interest in cooking, and I know I have failed housewife. I've failed the little housewife standing at the front door with the pearls and your slippers when you walk in and dinner on the table, because I have never had an interest in cooking. When I was young, my mother said, okay, she said, I would like to, you need to learn to cook. You're going to get married someday and you're going to have to learn to cook. So she attempted to teach me. And then shortly after said, okay, well, I suggest that when you get married, marry a cook. I said, okay, I will do that. So I do not, I not a fan. So my husband loves it, and his brother is a sous chef, and my husband is a fantastic cook. Fantastic. I always debate, should I say cook or chef? But he's not trained. He's just learned from his mother, who taught the boys to be excellent cooks. And I am very happy with the fact that my husband is the king of the kitchen and I don't have to be the queen of the kitchen. Sometimes people will pick on somebody like myself for that. And there's certain stereotypes that I really don't care about. And one of them is the housewife with pearls at the front door. Not really. If I want to not cook, my husband has it covered, so I'm good. Oh, that's going to be all over the place. Whatever. Let's see, you guys. So I was going to go over some of this testimony, but what time did they say they were coming back from this break? This is only a small break, right? This was a 20-minute, or they're just doing it. No, it's when the witnesses get there. They had 2 witnesses. So I'm trying to remember. This is not a lunch break, right? Linda, is this a lunch break? I forgot to listen to what break this was. So he says you love crispy saltines, but there are certain things that I do not like to buy off-brand. Saltines are one of them. They have to be the original saltines. And Heinz ketchup. There is no substitute for Heinz. All Heinz. Yep. And there's also, mayo also is another one of my, we don't waver. I do Best Foods, which is the equivalent to Hellman's on the East Coast. There is something that a friend of mine and I have that we share together, and that is probably kind of gross. And yes, I'm going to admit it. I have lots of pictures of us on FaceTime with our spoonful of mayo. We've actually done that online. That video is no longer available, but the video we did that, we would take a spoonful of Hellman's and Best Foods and take a spoonful right out of the spoon. Is it gross? How many of you just went, oh? My friend John Yates and I have that in common. Hellman's and Best Foods, which is basically the same company, but two different coasts or whatever. And we have our occasionally we'll do the spoonful of mayo together. Yes, right here. John and Eddie. Oh, I'm sure people laugh and think you're, oh, you guys are, but hey, I mean, I don't know. There's just something about a good spoonful of mayo. And it's not something I do all the time, but I'm not saying like we do it every day or anything like that. But you bond over the oddest things. And also the fact that no other ketchup in our house is allowed to enter the front door unless it says Heinz. There is no other ketchup. There's only one. And people don't think that it doesn't matter. Oh, it matters. Oh, it matters. Oh, now see, that sounds good. I put mayo on my artichokes, broccoli, and French fries. Now, oh yes, my husband makes a fry dip that is very close to a company out here that has their own brand of it that is so good. It's excellent. Like when we go to this, it's a brewery. I guess, it's called, I forgot the name. Anyway, when we go to this place, we ask for extra fry sauce. And my husband pretty much has gotten it down to as close to what they make in taste. It is fabulous. And his is just as good. So we do, we still go, we still enjoy it. But hey, my husband likes to take certain things from certain places and see if he can duplicate it. And for the most part, he does really well. He can individually taste things and put it all together. And it is very close to the original. So I love artichokes. Yummy. Let's see. Brian is correct. Lunch break is back at 2:30 Eastern. Okay, so oh my goodness. I have to talk this long? I have to come up with stuff to say? What is it? It's 11:30. So wait, they're going to come back they're going to be back at 2:30, and then that only leaves an hour for further testimony. That stinks. Brian says, I prefer Heinz, but not making the grocery list, so. My ex-mother-in-law is Dutch, and since I married so young, she influenced me greatly. Only mayo on French fries. That is an actual thing. Our family went on a month-long camping trip all over Europe, and we started out, I think we started in France. No, we started in Holland, and then went all over the place. And in Holland, that's where we learned that they use mayo on French fries all over Europe, pretty much. And I will say that is definitely one. See, I'm not, okay, this is going to be odd, and I'm going to admit this. I don't normally like to mix my condiments with the food. I eat them separately. Yes, I know I'm unique. That's why people call me a unicorn, whatever. But yeah, normally I'm not a fan of mixing my condiments on my food. Unless it's like cooked in it, that's different. But I mean, like for French fries, I normally eat the French fries separately. And then if I choose to eat ketchup, which normally I don't, but I will do it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. What? What, Brian? What? Addie, if you admit stuff, they're gonna use it against you. What can I say? But I like that your Dutch mother-in-law taught you about mayonnaise on fries. So, where did it go? I lost something I was gonna. There you go, right there. I always ask for extra packets. What? Because I'm not saying I sit around the house with packets of ketchup and eating them out of the thing. I'm just saying I have been known to, like, put my little dabble of ketchup on the side and eat a fry, and then dip my spoon in or whatever into the ketchup, and then eat that separately. Oh, I am also, another thing that I do is if I grab a handful of chips, I lay them out and then I sort them by size. And I eat them from smallest to largest. Oh, and I do not like my food touching. The only food that can touch is because I grew up doing this, and that is when you're eating Mexican food and you've eaten the portion that you like, the rest of it on your plate, you mush it all together and make a Mexican mush. And then you eat it. Mexican food is the only food that I am okay with. Not only is it touching, but it's mixed together, and it's way more delicious as a combination of a glob on your plate. Let me know. Does anybody do that with their Mexican food, or is it just me? That's sort of like ice cream too. I like to make soup out of my ice cream. So I stir it until it's all melted and it's a soup. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I'm giving so much info. I snort ketchup. Only if I accidentally read something, hear something funny, and then it comes. Yes, welcome to Condiment Confessions. See, I knew I was not the only one. I know plenty of people who are like, yeah, my food can't touch. I have to have one of those separated plates with the compartments so nothing touches. And then you watch them eat a plate of Mexican food, and you realize that they just contradicted everything that they talked about with this plate separation thing. I see it. It's good. Mexican food all mixed together is way better than eating it separately. There's all the flavors together. And Mexican food is my favorite. We grew up on it. My mother made a lot of it, and my husband makes carne asada like a professional. And he does. He's really good at Mexican food cooking. Anything Mexican related, he's got it down. He also does a mean lasagna. I don't normally like lasagna. A lasagna for me is an issue. It's the topping part. If you are a lasagna connoisseur, do you like when the top becomes brown and crunchyish, hard, the cheese and all the stuff? Do you like that, or is that like myself, that's a sensory issue for me? And one of the reasons why I'm not normally a fan of lasagna, and my friend John Yates would be very upset probably if you heard me say that. I can't. So when my husband makes lasagna, sadly, he has to forego the crunchy top, because 3 of us in this family are not, or at least 2 of us are not that keen on it because it is a sensory issue. And lasagna is not necessarily so. So Wendy, like, let's see. I'm trying to see who has it. So, but the rice tastes better mixed with the beans. Absolutely, 100%, right there. I do not eat them separately. I mix everything up. I smoosh it all together and oh, so Becca says that is my flying flea. His name is Flearoy. He's the logo from the app I was trying to build. Oh. But now that I see him up on the screen, maybe I need to change it. Oh, is that the? Oh, your other one was a little girl, wasn't it, or something? I'm blind as a bat. Can't see half of the stuff in most of your profile pictures anyway. So, oh, good. No, yucca. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I think one of my oldest likes pineapple pizza. See, rice and beans mix, that's supposed to be that's just the way it's supposed to be. I just it has to that's the taste together. If you're not really a fan, my husband's not a fan of pinto beans, refried beans. So I normally end up with his. I also make one Mexican dinner into 3 different dinners because I don't eat a lot at once. So Wendy's, there it is. Wendy says she likes it brown and crunchy. That's the top of lasagna. Oy. My husband is, yes, he has had to if I tell him I'm not going to have any of the lasagna this time, do with it what you want. Then he will do it the way at least 2 of them in this house like, not me, and go with the brown top, because they like that. Ooh, no. Corners are the best. Okay, so best corners for dessert: brownies. The crunchy ends of a brownie. I like a brownie to have both. Very moist that builds to the crunch. Some people are like, yeah, I don't like the hard crunchiness of the outside rim. I am not. I like both. I like it to be mushy, like very moist, and then move to the crunch. So I am a corner brownie lover. Corner piece, please. Oh, and on birthday cake, do you like frosting, regular, whatever you call it, frosting? My husband keeps saying it's buttercream, but I don't really. I like real frosting. I do not like whipped cream. You want to ruin a birthday for me? I will eat it and never say a word and not let you know that I'm disappointed. But if you hand me a piece of birthday cake and it is whipped cream, my entire world inside my head has come crashing down around me. I'm sorry. I am a frosting girl. I make sure that my friends that I have are the ones who like the cake part of a birthday cake. And that way we can swap. I will take all your frosting and you can have all my cake. Boy, what am I giving out? I am giving out all of my. Oh, well, let's see. Brown and crunchy lasagna. Garfield just keeled over. Well, isn't that the color of the topping? The top part when it gets overdone? That some people like the texture of or the flavor. Ugh. I'm more of a texture eater. I'm not a flavor eater. I can't eat some of the grossest stuff if the texture of it is perfect. Like I am a huge bread pudding fan. I like soggy bread, and my friend John does not. And we have a pact that if we are together eating, I will take all of his soggy bread. And he can't. When we visited him in New Jersey, we went to a place called White Castle, and I'd grown up on Crystal Burger, which is basically similar, the same thing. I kind of like White Castle better. I like their condiments and toppings and stuff better than Crystal Burger. But we had to go in, and he tells a story, so I'm not telling any secrets. He's already said it 5 billion times. He does not like soggy bread. So he orders it, and you get 3 of them in your little 3. He can get through about 2 before the third is then too soggy and he cannot eat it. So we have to order quick and run and eat quick before the bread gets soggy. But I've always told him, if we are ever in a situation where you have soggy bread that you cannot do, I will handle your soggy bread for you. And one time we went to a restaurant, and my husband took pictures of my bread pudding and had me send it to John. Look what I'm eating, soggy bread. Oh well. But yeah, I mean, it's bread pudding to me is really good. Mal, I hate me. Oh, wait, let's see. I'm back. I'm way the heck back up here. Mal will hate me, but I love pineapple and pepperoni. So not the ham, whatever not pineapple and ham. Lemon says, no, lasagna should not be crunchy on top. See, I am not alone. And Mal says there's no Hawaiian in pizza. And Mal says, nice knowing you, Wendy. What? Wait. Oh, this is cute. That right there, and then this. Oh. Mal says, kick me out of the house. Failure to launch pizza. Oh, my Mal is awesome. Oh, Becca Lynn says, yes, my original account has a fairy by artist Jasmine Beckett Griffith. I like that little, your little girl one, whatever it is. And Brian tells Mal, behave yourself. Autumn, for a thick, creamy ranch instead of a Mara plus jalapenos, you won't regret it. For marinara, I am not a fan of marinara sauce. Blech. I used to like Italian more when I was younger, but then I had some work done on me, and my taste has completely changed, and I cannot handle Italian sauce, as they say. And Wendy is a cornered brownies, yes. And for me, it depends on the day though. Sometimes there is nothing better than a very dense, not completely 100% cooked brownie in the center. You get that little thing, and it's like it just melts. Then okay, so now today I'm gonna go for the crunch. So I call it a twofer. Oh, and Brian says he loves jalapenos. When I was growing up, I used to get we get the spicy ones or whatever, and I would actually suck on them like a pacifier. I used to love the burn of hot, spicy stuff. when I was young. Not anymore. I'm old now and cannot handle it. My stomach can no longer, and my mouth can no longer handle it. But when I was younger, I loved it. Yeah, and candy also is a corners, right? All corners. I get those first. Corners on cakes, corners on brownies, corners on cakes, because if you're a frosting person, that's where all the frosting is. Jalapenos on birthday cake? Well, I'm going back and forth between all the comments, and I keep running back up accidentally and then find something else that I want to put up and make a comment on. And so we're kind of mixing up our foods and probably scaring away a lot of people. Oh, Candy's the corner hoarder. So basically, Candy and I would be fighting over the corners. Oh, lemon Oreos. My husband likes to try out all of the newfangled flavors that come out. And there have been some interesting ones. Have you tried the ones that have Pop Rocks in them? I think they kind of came out during 4th of July last year or whenever. I was kind of wanting more pop rock. It wasn't very, pop rocky. I like the pop rock stuff. Anything with that in it is really okay. So Becca says, I designed Fleroy's parachute after my parachute. Cute. And it's really hard to center YouTube profile pics. How do you create your profile pics? Do you use Canva? That's what I use. And it gives you the size already for you to make your profile pic, and you just put your stuff in, and then it centers it for you. There's a crossbar that does that kind of thing with it, and you can kind of get it centered the way you want. Canva is excellent in case you didn't know about it. And Candy says, now, I can't do soggy anything, bread, pasta, etc. Gross. I'm not an al dente person. I don't like al dente potatoes. I don't even know if they call them that, but it's all the same. Like they're, if it's got a little bit of a crunch to it, I'm out. And if the pasta is a little underdone, I'm out. I can't, it's a texture thing. And I don't like it. I'm normally not too picky, but on certain things, like, yeah, I'm not an al dente girl. Can't do it. Crystal is the ultimate alcohol absorber. What? Autumn says, after my own heart, bread pudding with raisins and soft serve breakfast of champions. If I did that for breakfast, I'd have a headache all day. That doesn't work. But yes, bread pudding is fabulous. I had one recently that was actually bread pudding, and then they formed it and fried it after it was formed. So you formed it into little cubes or whatever, and then they fried the cubes. That was fabulous. That took away the sogginess for those who don't like that. It kind of helped with that. But for me, I thought it was a good one. So new ad campaign for Crystal. Eat. Oh my gosh. Oh, well then there you go. Poor y'all. Wait, Mal's a skydiver? Ooh. You holding out? I would love to skydive. Oh my goodness. No, I'm about to go down a tangent. No, I'm not. Pull it back in, girl. Wendy, suggestion for my demise? I don't want, white sauce on, I say sauce only because I think of John. uh, I had no idea until I started watching Real Housewives of New Jersey that they actually call it, they don't call it, they call it sauce. What is it? Oh, gravy is another one. I can't remember I always get it confused with John. I always get reverse it if he calls it gravy or if he calls it sauce. I think Teresa Giudice calls it sauce, and they make gallons and gallons of it a certain time of the year when the tomatoes come out or whatever. But there's a pizza that Papa Murphy's. I don't know if it's a take and bake pizza place. They have a chicken ranch pizza or whatever. That one is really good. It's a white sauce with chicken. Excellent pizza. It's all in the sauce. Yeah, and it's funny when we're doing our recap of New Jersey. I do kind of, okay, so we have John with his New Jersey accent. We have Brooklyn girl with her Brooklyn accent, and then we have Wicked Wisdom up there with us, and I don't know what her accent is. And then there's me, who has no real accent, really, other than I say y'all because I was raised in the South, and it's just stuck. It's always been there. So, hey, y'all. But my accent, when we're talking about the thing, I find myself all of a sudden becoming very New Jersey. And so watch out for that. You'll hear the New Jersey accent roll out of me because I tend to, if I'm around somebody, and I've heard that this is an autism thing, but when I'm around certain people for a long period of time or on a regular basis, I do tend to take on their accent, and it's probably weird and probably kind of like, okay, but yeah, no, I do tend to pick up accents. If you have a Spanish accent, I will pick up that and start saying, words in Spanish with the roll of the R. So, let's see. But that doesn't appeal to you, Mel? No, it's actually kind of cool. I kind of like the whole pop rocks thing in the Oreos, except for I do notice that the pop isn't really pop because they kind of get soggy. And so it doesn't really work as well as I wish it would, just because oh. But it's fun. My brother married his skydiving instructor 20 years ago. I do not do skydiving. I wouldn't mind trying it. I kind of want to go to one of those places and try, but there's a reason that I am avoiding it. And I'm just going to, say that there's a lot of, yeah. No, I avoid skydiving. I will tell you in private, but I'm not saying it out loud. Nope. Becca Lynn, I just upload the thing. Oh, yeah. No, I recommend Canva, Becca, for making your profile pictures and stuff. It's excellent because it'll show you, you move it around until you see the little crossbars, and then you'll know your thing is centered, and you can, do it for banners. You can do it for your profile, for I call it a logo. Like mine, I created mine with Canva. All the stuff that I do with my branding, I branded it all myself using Canva. Not that my branding is the greatest branding in the world, but I like bright colors, as you can tell, and so I went with it. And I also like tie-dye, or whatever. What do you call that? Not tie-dye. It's when there's different colors on the thing. I forget what you call that. Whatever it is. Luna is back, or Luna's on. Are you rewound a bit? She might be rewound. She's yeah. But yes, Mexican food is awesome. Mixed. And this right here, yeah. I mean, I will put up with raisins being in it, but I do struggle with the texture difference between the bread and then the raisins. But I mean, I will do it. I've never refused a bread pudding, but I'm not necessarily a fan of it with raisins. Give the raisins to Brian for his pizza. Brian, do you put raisins on your pizza? Oh, and he says, ew. Oh, Mal says, Wendy says Mal is gonna make me snort to death. So gravy is the red stuff. Yeah. I think John said that he says he calls it gravy from his grandmother, great grandmother. I forget. I will not even for $1 million jump from a working airplane. Oh, yeah. My mom was afraid of heights, but she did two things. She did skydiving several times, and she wing walked. She had a friend who was a wing walker. He would do it for different events or whatever, flying by and walking on the wing. And she went up and did that too. She wing walked. And that's, which I think is kind of funny because she was afraid of heights. So Mal says Italians say gravy. And then Wendy gets the heebies over white sauce. Does your brother live near you, Wendy? And I don't jump anymore right now, but when I used to, I literally couldn't believe this was what I was doing. I bet I hear from what my mom had said that there's no feeling of falling, and you don't feel like you're in the middle of like you're, plummeting towards earth. You don't feel that. And that, I think that's one thing that would probably help me be able to do it, is the knowledge that I don't feel like I'm falling. I don't like that feeling at all. Linda, don't actually know. I used to jump from the tiny marina airport when I lived in Ord. And then New Jersey. Oh my gosh, I had so much fun in New Jersey. When we first got there, so you can see our trip on my TikTok. I've got when I went to go visit, when my husband and I went to go visit John, we stayed there a week with him over last Thanksgiving. And the best time we had was when we went in to go shopping. My husband was going to make Thanksgiving dinner for them, and we had to go get all of the provisions and stuff when we got into town. And so we went to all the places that we would go to, because in our area, Walmart is the way to go. I mean, they've got, you got the Walmart Plus or whatever the heck it is, and it's got a whole store there and you can do all your shopping. Anyway, John kept telling my husband, no, Walmart here, we got to go to whatever the name of the other place was. He goes, this place that it won't. My husband goes, no, I know, we've done, Walmart. I can do it. I can get everything there. It'll be fine. So we go in, and it was going down the aisles and trying to find everything. John was talking to everyone around him like he knew them his entire life. And I come from a, background of, or wherever we live, we keep to ourselves. We don't really, hobnob with people around us, which kind of stinks because I think it was kind of fun doing that. But I was like, I kept looking at him going, he knows that person. But John was he would walk through and he was performing the entire way through. And my favorite part is when we got to the checkout and he started singing at the and we sit there and the lady was loving it. She was eating him up. They were just bantering back and forth. It was this whole older woman, younger, having this banter thing back and forth with the New Jersey, accents and the whole thing. And I was just rolling. And my husband that was the best day that we had, was going shopping with John and watching him interact with everyone around him. I never even thought that was a thing. So yeah, but it was cute. I didn't get any of that on camera. Didn't even think about it. I was too mesmerized by the fact that there were 3 aisles in Walmart of people watching John sing. And John is definitely a performer. I'm so sorry. There's something going on in chat while I'm jibber jabbering about that. Let's see. There was something I passed over. Where is it? Let me see. Eddie. And Wendy says I pick up accents too. Yes. I saw something that, trying to go back and find it. Where is it? And Candy cannot do raisins. There's just something about soggy raisins. Woo! I'll find out later. My sister. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's what it was. I'm so sorry, Wendy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Becca. Well, okay. Sorry, I keep putting up stuff that I try not to put up on the screen, which is personal stuff. And I keep doing that. Thank you, everyone. I'm so helpless to him right now. We all grieve differently. She was the best human I know. My heart goes out. And absolutely. Rice pudding. I actually like rice. I love tapioca. I love the little things in tapioca. And I think I like tapioca better than the rice pudding. Rice is a little bit too firm for me in a tapioca style of pudding, but I will eat them both. We used to have a kumquat tree in our backyard where I used to live in the state of Florida. We actually did had a kumquat tree. Oh, the wing walking thing, yeah. That was, a story that I grew up hearing. Is it a Star Wars thing? No. Those old kind of airplanes that have the wings that go across like this, and they strap you in between the two, and you are strapped to the outside of the airplane, and they take you all over, and you are flying around as you're strapped to the outside of the airplane. It sounds wing walking sounds wonderful, but really you're strapped. So it's wing strap. And Jane is coming in while we're discussing all this stuff. And and yes, so many twists and turns with this awful case. Are we trying to get back on track? We have, what time is it? It's 12. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm looking at the thing. It says 11:11 my time. What does that mean? 11:11. I heard that means something, but I forget what. Wait, you learn to control yourself. Oh, for skydiving. I want to meet her in person. I could just listen to her talk all day. Part of the reason why I'm so quiet on our lives with her is because I just like to listen to the two of them go together, and they talk over each other, and they're constantly getting comments about, you guys talk over each other. I think that's what Italians do. I don't know. I'm half Irish, and the rest is Portuguese and Nigerian, and some French thrown in there. But I can deal with, oh wait, here it is. Let's see. I can deal with heights all day long, but my claustrophobia is next level. Yeah, I can't cover my face with a blanket. You know, like you try to get warm and you put the blanket over your head. I have to have a little bit of up so that I don't feel like I'm breathing my own air in. Is that claustrophobia? I have no idea. Not only tight spaces, but anything that makes me feel trapped or trapped in my body. It's really strange in all ways. Yeah. I have a thing that I wear, or I got it, and I need a smaller one, but it's called a sleep sack. It's keeps you constricted when you're sleeping. I have to be like pressured when I sleep. It's the sensory autism stuff. And yes, I said autism again. I'm sorry. You talk about autism too much. Let's see. I hate flying. Being in the plane stresses me out. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I absolutely love flying. I love the feeling. I love the takeoff, the landing. The force back when you're taking off. It is such an awesome feeling. Very much a roller coaster. Love speed in a roller coaster. I don't necessarily like the falling part in a roller coaster, but I like the speed of it, and anything that has to do with pressure is fun for me. Becca, let's see. Christy says it's another one for me too. The planes aren't small, but trapped. Yeah, I don't necessarily. I like the larger planes. The smaller ones are a little bit too. I feel like I'm too close to people. I don't like that. I don't like crowds. Crowds are not my thing. I don't like the feeling of everyone around me and I'm breathing in everyone's air. Is that weird? This one thing happened. My dad and I were getting ready to go on the Space Mountain in Disneyland. And there was this thing where there's a walk or a, what do you call it? A ramp thingy with escalator, and it takes everybody up. And then there's a waiting place that was here at the top, and they're supposed to stop it and slow it down or whatever so it doesn't get too crowded. Well, they didn't stop it this one time, and all of a sudden a whole rush of everyone was being shoved up onto this platform, and we were all of a sudden everyone was squished in like this, and we were my dad and I were like in the center of it. And oh my gosh, after that I was all panic about closed in, don't like people, well, but I've always had the whole crowd thing, but that was like, it's kind of scared the crud out of me that we were being squished. You could barely breathe. We were in there tight, and they actually had to stop it. and it took them forever to be able to get the crowd, moved back out again, so not everyone was squished. Very scary. That was an oopsie. So yeah, crowds. I don't like crowds. Let's see. It's kind of the opposite of swimming because you want to balance on the air and make your movements very small to maneuver, unlike swimming with big strokes. Oh, okay. I'm caught up. So, making sure I don't miss anything important or extremely funny. Oh, hi Toy, good to see you. Sorry, I'm scrolled up. I didn't see you come in. Hi there. And if I didn't say hi to Jane, hi Jane. Let me see. Becca, let's see this here. Defense put on their forensic pathologist says not homicide. That's it so far, really. Yes. Of course theirs is going to disagree with prosecution. That's a given, right? I don't know if I agree with her. I mean, who one and right there. There I wanted to say hello, Toy. Becca says you would love flying in a skydiving plane. As soon as the last jumper is out, you nosedive to the ground. Whee! It's a good feeling. I don't know what it is about it. I think it's just the pressure thing. It's the pressure of, yeah. It's I love it. Sometimes I just blew. What? And Wendy says, I love flying in an airplane. Oh my gosh, I do. Yeah. Don't do it often, but when we do, I enjoy it. And then Becca says, our twin engine otters were nice and spicy, fit 23 people, but we all sit on the ground and lean in between each other's legs. Yeah. That was such they've changed it. I think so. I think they've updated it. It's been a while since I've been there. Becca says, wait, this one right here. Wait, come on. Let me have it. There you go. I jumped out of a hot air balloon. You did? That's actually pretty cool. I kind of have always wanted to go up in a hot air balloon too. Not been in one. Seems I need to trip to the zoo. And Becca says, I jumped out of a biplane. The pilot turned me upside down. Wait, so you fell out? And Toy says, I still think you're amazing for being brave enough to do it and may in the future. Yes. Becca is crazy, just saying, but I love her so much. Wait, what? What was I apologizing for? I do that a lot. By the way, sorry is like a big thing that I say often, and I annoy people with it, but it is actually a part of, I'm going to say the word again. It can be a part of autism, and I do it all the time. I say to my husband, there are two things that I say a lot. Sorry and I love you. I say I love you 5 billion times a day. That's why I say that my husband and I don't need a special day to tell each other, because I say it all the time and we are good. We have enough I love yous built up for a lifetime and 7. Just booked my daughter's flight. oh, American Airline. I don't know. I just go on whatever company my husband chooses to go with. Oh, their last jump is a great story. Oh, I like the planes with bolts working. Yes. And this one right here, yeah, that was my reaction. What? Oh. I would jump every time. If I were in a hot air balloon, every time they hit the thing to put the hot air up in the balloon, I probably would jump every time. Most likely. I don't do loud noises quickly. I like loud music, but I don't do all of a sudden loud noises. They scare me. The plane wants to get to the ground before the jumpers. And Wendy says she was just in Space Mountain in April. I remember when they redid it. They overhauled it on the inside. It was closed for quite some time. I'm dying to go to, it's been a while since I've been to Disneyland. We had a way to go for free, and we have someone we know work at Disneyland for a very long time, and we would go at least 3 times a year, and we got our tickets gratis, free, because some people who do work at Disneyland are allowed to give out certain number of passes. I don't know if they are anymore, but they used to be able to. And so we would go. And I've not been since the Star Wars land, whatever they're calling it. I forgot. Since they did that, I want to go see it so bad. I want to go. So that would rock. I just posted an anniversary memory on Facebook, and someone else who was there commented. What did they comment? I still tell stories about that trip, and that's the second time I've had military personnel point guns at me after a skydive. Wow. Ah! Oh, it's okay, Eddie. We come here because we love you too. Y'all feel free to let everybody know we're over here in this little neck of the woods. So if you see them, you can tell them we're hanging out over here. Becca says, come to the Dominican Republic. They said you'll stay in a luxury hotel for free. They said all expenses paid. They said. We were, what is that? Okay. Oh. I'm sure I'm an acquired taste. Oh well, I am what I am. Wendy says to toy. I keep wanting to say toi. Can't wait to tell you all about Dollywood. Saturday we're streaming. I saw the picture, Wendy. I saw the picture. It's a cute picture. We were in the middle of their presidential election. Oh, we were not in a luxury hotel. Let's see. Okay, we were there from the H formation for one of the presidential candidates. Because they didn't get the permits for where we were supposed to be. We ended up getting driven 2 hours away. No one spoke English. Ah! Wait, what? But I do live all things Addi. Oh, good. Then they wanted 16 people in the jump plus a cameraman. Yikes, Becca. They gave us 2 planes with 2 pilots who never dropped jumpers before and never flew in formation before. Oh. Hey, Luna. Nah. I despise flying in airports. First anxiety attack was on a plane to South America. I was in the back of a plane. Rest of family was in the middle of the plane. I was last off and was terrified. Aw. Safest place in an airplane is towards the rear. Business class is in trouble. Isn't that what they always say? And that was just the first day. Oh my goodness. That's election interference by America. Yes, poor Luna. Sorry, Luna. Yeah. I excel at no sense. So Wendy says the Star Wars area is the very best, coolest part. Oh yeah. I saw some YouTube-y stuff when they opened it, the grand opening for it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love the way that they have created it. So you feel, I mean, you want to be immersed in all parts of Disneyland, but I mean this to grow up with your favorite movie, my favorite movie, Star Wars, to grow up with that being, and then seeing it created. I cannot wait. I want to go so bad. I want to see it in person. It was awesome enough to see it on a YouTube video. I cannot imagine what it's like to be in the Millennium Falcon. I want to go. I want to sit down and play chess on that thing in the movie. The holograph chess thingy. Becca says, when I crash landed on my last jump, the local kids had to hold the barbed wire open for me while my friends carried me through it. Ah! So, see, even now I'm in blue wrench mode. Must be all of that training I got and 3 years experience at spotting trolls and spelling errors. Becca, my mind had this image of myself in some hospital with no air conditioning, surrounded by ghosts. Girl! Oh, I was like, just give me any drugs anyone has and all the whiskey and get me home. Oh my gosh. Same. Me too. To know me is to endure this and also my typing errors if we're in chat together. I also type and I type and talk the same way. So if you hear the way I talk, sometimes I'll be in some weird accent or whatever. I'll type that way too. Like, I'm gonna go do this, whatever. Yes, I type the same way I talk. Like I said, I'm an acquired taste. To me, to Jane, to me is to know me. I'm about my ninja move online. Oh, I've been fortunate to travel a lot with my family. Every 2 years, parents would do a family trip for our Christmas gift. Fantastic fun memories. Now, biggest trip I ever did was a full month of camping all over Europe. We went to Holland, France, Germany, Switzerland. And then while we were in Switzerland, we hopped over the Alps to the Italian side and had lunch with, was it like in Italy, they have huge meals, there's like 5 courses or whatever. We were done by the second. But they kept bringing it and bringing it and bringing it. It was wonderful, but woof. But it was beautiful. We went up the Matterhorn, and the day we saw it, the clouds covered the top, so we didn't get to see the top of the Matterhorn. It was a fun trip. So, Becca, I've done dual plane formations. The planes take off together and fly to altitude together. We took off first. The second plane didn't take off until we were at 2K feet to 2,000 feet. They didn't have radios. I'm like, how the fug are they going to see each other and get next to each other? Girl, you got chutzpah. You got guts. You wouldn't believe me telling you what a near miss we ended up in. Wait, if I'm going down, I'll take business class. Yeah, I understand. Not even for the business class as much as it is, I don't want to linger. Especially if it's a water issue. Addi, it was magical. I really felt like I was part of the resistance. Yeah, see? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Becca, again, I stand by you, Crick. Girl, she's got me with this. They were slaughtering goats. Right next to the hotel. Ugh. Yes, this right there. Oh my gosh. We had to walk by it to get to the grocery store for food. Lemon, just watch the ads. Clearly, Contact was one ad and it had me smiling because I won't need them soon. Cataract surgery on June 7th, and they'll do my other eye June 21st. Gonna see soon. Let us know when it's about time. June 7th. Okay, I know what. Okay, that's a date that two things I have to remember on that date. Something else going on with a friend. I have to remember that too. I am horrible about remembering dates and when they come by. They usually pass by and I don't realize it. Becca, more from Becca. The people were so angry. The elections here are nothing. These people were driving on the highway on top of their vehicles. Everywhere we went, they were rallying and fighting us as out vans. Fighting as our vans tried to make their way through. Yikes. It was an adventure. Growing up, I was the hard child to handle because no one knew. I'm going to say it again. No one knew that I was on the spectrum. And so I was a lot. Now everyone knows, oh, that's why. Okay. So growing up, I was that hard to handle child. And so I didn't appreciate it as much as I would as an adult. Back then I was just like, yeah, this is too much stuff, too much closeness, too much. Yeah, I need to be by myself more, that kind of thing. And so it was a lot. But looking back, and I wish that I had enjoyed it more. As an adult, I wish that I had enjoyed it more. But it was beautiful. My favorite part of it was probably Holland. I enjoyed every bit of Holland. The people were sweet. The weather was cold, but the people were awesome. Oh, we're back.
Thank you. Please be seated.
So I believe they said they were handling something when they got back, correct?
All right, I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought back in and then we can go on the record.
Jurors coming in. I was an instructor with my student and we'd hit turbulence and I'd be like, we're gonna die.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we'll take just a moment to make sure our tech's working here on the live stream, please. Okay, we are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've returned from the lunch recess we scheduled early today. Mr. Pryor, I believe you've got another witness here ready to call. Is that correct? You may. So the defense continues with its case in chief, and once you are ready, Mr. Pryor, you can name and call your next witness, please.
Judge, the defense called Asmir Kararic.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. All right, before we get started with direct examination, I just want to inquire of the witness. First, is there a title you go by, investigator or officer, agent, et cetera?
Investigator's fine, Your Honor.
Investigator, all right. Investigator, is it Kararic?
Kararic.
Kararic. Have you observed any of this trial since it began either on the live stream or here in person at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. You may go ahead and start your direct, Mr. Pryor.
Investigator, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Asmir Kararic, Kararic.
All right. Investigator, how are you employed?
I am working right now for Idaho Attorney General's office as an
In-
investigator.
In June of approximately 2020, were you employed in the same capacity?
Yes, sir.
At what time were you asked to participate in an investigation regarding Tammy Daybell?
I believe I was assigned this case on April 10th of 2020.
Okay, and on April 10th, was there a ending date for that investigation or your participation?
Our office ended this investigation, I believe, in February of next year.
So at some point, you were asked to participate in an investigation, and then in February, you were asked to cease that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you come to some conclusion regarding the investigation? Or was there some other reason for the ceasing of the investigation?
I was asked by my chief to end the investigation because the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office wanted the case back.
Okay, and originally they handed the case to your office, is that correct?
Correct, for prosecution.
And then at some point, they elected to ask that the case be returned to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you engage in an interview with a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Yes, I did.
And can you recall the date or dates that you interviewed Miss Gibb?
That was August 5th of 2020.
And as part of that investigation, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was it your normal policy to record interviews of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And that's generally a good practice, would you agree?
Yes,
To ensure that you get an accurate reflection of what was discussed during the interview, correct?
correct.
I want to go back, if you can recall, the amount of time you spent during the interview.
The interview was 3 hours, 38 minutes, and I forget the seconds. It's about 182-page report.
Would that be a considerable interview?
Yes,
More so than on the average?
yes,
Would it tend to be on the large end of an interview?
yes.
And can you explain to me why the interview took so long?
Well, we had a lot to discuss. I had a lot of questions that I wanted to know from Ms. Gibb. Wanted to know how she was aware of anything in this case, if she knew Lori, Vallow, Chad, and their beliefs.
Okay. At any time, did you start asking questions about her personal beliefs?
Well, I clarified some things with her because she said a lot of things that I did not really understand. I didn't understand what she was talking about. But yeah, it did lead to that.
And part of the questioning about that was she was expressing her opinion about her personal beliefs and on topics that you didn't quite even understand what she was talking about?
There was a lot that I didn't understand, so I would have her clarify, but it wasn't a topic of her personal beliefs.
Okay, it was or was not?
It seemed to be.
Okay, and can you recall what some of the topics that she discussed with you that were part of her personal beliefs that you did not understand?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance as to Ms. Gibbs' personal beliefs.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Some of the things that she was talking about is, I call it the scale, the light or dark. She gave me the impression that she can maybe was able to determine if a person was either light or dark.
Is that something that she advised you of?
She kind of hinted at it.
Okay. And there were other options. She talked about her personal understanding of casting.
She did talk about that.
Okay. She talked about her personal understanding of being able to use vibrations as a means of healing or something to that effect.
Something to that effect. Yeah.
And these were visions or the visions, excuse me. These were topics that she, in your opinion, she expressed that she had a true belief in. Is that correct?
During the interview, I believe that she believed in that.
Okay. Now, just to reiterate, this was on August 5th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was more than a year after the allegations relating to the start of the case with Mr. Daybell and others. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I would object. I believe that misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Now, at the end of this, and would it be fair to say that this was sort of a teaching to you of her religious theories and beliefs?
For me, it was, since I didn't really understand it, it felt like she was educating me a lot about her beliefs.
Okay. Okay. And she didn't say where she got these beliefs from, did she?
No,
Okay. She never told you that Chad Daybell taught her about all of these beliefs, did she?
she did talk in the interview that she heard from Chad and Lori some of the same things that she was mentioning.
Okay. But at no time did she tell you that it was Chad Daybell who taught you about all of these unusual or I'm sorry, Judge, all of these beliefs that she discussed with you?
Not specifically.
Okay. At some point, the interview ended. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, there was a further discussion that was off the tape, correct?
Correct.
And in all respect to you, officer, you contacted me and told me about that openly, did you not?
I did.
You discussed with me that upon review and being received a subpoena from my office, you discovered that there was a portion of that interview that was not properly recorded, correct?
Correct.
You didn't anticipate that Ms. Gibb would continue to talk to you after the recording was pushed off, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the topic of that discussion?
After the interview was done, It was more because I was curious, her talking about the scale of light and dark discussion. I believe she mentioned that I was nice, that I was a good person. And so I just asked the question, what did she believe on the scale? Where would she rate me?
And did she respond to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She stated that I was on the light side, that I was so light that I was given this light aura.
And was that something that that she made it? She didn't tell you that was Chad Daybell told her how to do that, did she?
No, she did not.
She did that on her own initiative, is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
World.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
In my opinion, he's completely misstating the evidence by pushing it off on Tammy as the one who instigated it. That is not what the testimony has been. Oh,
All right, Ms. Beatty, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
wait, he wasn't talking about
During your
Tammy.
interview with Melanie Gibb, did she ever tell you that she created this belief system that Lori and Chad also adhered to?
No, she did not.
In fact, did she not tell you that she met Chad through Lori and that she was a follower of some of their teachings?
Yes.
Didn't she tell you that Chad would tell Lori about these ideas and that Lori would then convey them to her?
Yes.
So isn't it fair to say that many of these ideas, whether or not Melanie Gibb adhered to them, did in fact come from Chad Daybell?
Judge, objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it goes straight to,
It's overruled, Ms. Beatty.
you may answer.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Includes cross, any redirect, Mr. Pryor.
No, Judge, this witness may be excused from the defense. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming in and testifying. I don't believe he'll remain under any subpoena, will he,
No, Judge, not from my office.
in the state?
He's released by the state.
Okay, thank you for appearing. Thank you, Your Honor. You may call your next witness, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, may I approach again to the podium?
Yes.
We would call Rick Schmitt.
So it was, yes, it was Melanie Gibb. I was confusing who they were talking about. So either way, it's
Do
still,
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
not the testimony.
Okay, before we begin with testimony again, I'll ask this witness as well. Do you have a particular title you go by? Agent, officer, et cetera?
Rick Schmitt.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, then I do want to inquire, have you been observing in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I
Or
did
five.
the,
This was the issue that was brought up on the sidebar earlier.
Oh, okay. And counsel, could we have a brief, quick second sidebar on that?
Okay, like I just typed in chat, he's, in my opinion, he is trying to deflect off of Chad, which is what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to say, wasn't him, but he's putting it off, it sounds like, on Gibb and Tammy, because they did mention something about Tammy and the stuff. And he did that whole thing where he accidentally said visions. His manner is driving me crazy. And Warwick as well. All of them, he's deflecting off of everyone. When Chad is the one who came up with it, it's all a part of his books and stuff, right? This does not This is not what the testimony is about. Misstates the testimony.
All right, counsel, thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and wait out in the hallway for a moment while we take up a brief matter outside your presence, and then we'll have you return right back in for additional testimony here.
All right, please.
Wonder what this one's about. They must have to give.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, we had the jurors excused for a moment. In a sidebar, I was notified there may have been an issue with some inadvertent exposure to trial testimony by this witness. We thought it was something that would best taken up outside the jurors' presence. I believe the state identified the issue, and perhaps we could just have a quick question of the witness on this, or I'll just, based on the proffer, I guess, pose the question. Mr. Schmitt, it was advised to the court that you may have overheard some trial testimony of a previous witness. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what was it that you recall hearing that was testified to in the case?
it was by Ron Arnold. He said, when Mr. Pryor asked him a question, he said, I don't know, you own the property, you tell me.
And how was it that you came about hearing that?
It was playing on a device when I came home from work that my wife was watching, and
Okay, and beyond that, did you listen to or hear any other trial testimony?
no,
Okay, and certainly I understand those things can happen. I want to make clear, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong here, other than we need to get the issue out on the record before you testify. So knowing that that comment was overheard, does the defense, I'll start with you, Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions for him in regards to what he may have heard on that?
No, none whatsoever.
All right, does the state have any questions for the witness before we move on to that?
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in. I just wanted to not bring that fact up again in front of the jurors since they were instructed to disregard it previously. So the jurors can return and you can just start on with your direct at that time. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so he accidentally heard some stuff when his wife had the TV on when he came home.
All right.
Oops, he can't he can't tell anybody, don't play this info, right? He has to really be quiet, and he has to guard himself against hearing anything from the trial. Wonder who she was listening to, probably court TV.
Here's offering the counter for you. Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmitt.
Hi.
At some point, you were referred to as Officer Schmitt. Is that right?
yes,
That was in June of 2019, 2020.
yes.
And which department were you with, sir?
The Rexburg Police Department?
Okay. At some point, you were assigned a task to participate in some sort of excavation or shovel work on June 9th of 2020 on the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall testifying in a previous proceeding last April of 2023 and being asked questions about boundaries and your role in that task that you were tasked with?
yes,
Okay. Do you recall being asked about whether or not there were any boundaries given at that point when you were testifying last April of 2023?
yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
I said there was no boundaries.
Okay. And then you were asked a question about whether or not they said, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked about that as well?
Yes,
Do you recall what your response was?
yes.
What was your response?
Something to the fact that, something like that.
Okay, would it help to refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Yes.
Judge, may I have the? Could I have the deputy provide the officer with a transcript of his testimony? And
Yes, you may.
where the asterisk is there. Just have him read it, just the first line and the answer.
All right, so this is being proffered to refresh his recollection. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Judge. And officer, after you read it, then the deputy will run it back to me. He'll show you where he wants you to read. Now, officer, in that hearing back in April of 2023, you were asked just, hey, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes,
And what was your response?
pretty much.
Is it possible your response was yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
pretty much.
Oh,
Pretty much was in there too.
okay. Pretty much was in there as well. Judge, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross from the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
Do you still have that transcript up with you?
No,
You were asked about the morning where the events took place on Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020, correct?
yes,
And you were asked about some answers you gave in a prior evidentiary hearing.
yes,
Judge, could we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, thank you. The court, in a sidebar there, just discussed with counsel some terminology in the questioning. There was a reference to a term evidentiary hearing made in the cross-examination. The court would instruct the jurors to disregard that term evidentiary hearing and just have a reference that a hearing took place. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you were asked about your involvement on June 9th, 2020.
yes,
And where were you that day?
on Chad Daybell's property.
And you were asked about a couple of specific questions you were asked last year.
Yes,
Let's talk about that real quick. You were asked about boundaries.
yes,
Do you recall what that question was in regards to?
no,
Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript of what you testified to last year?
yes, Okay.
And if you can put that down, thank you. Do you recall, in relation to what were you asked about boundaries?
In the search, a grid search.
All right. And do you recall what specific area you were searching or that you were asked about searching in regards to those boundaries?
Yes, the fire pit and the pet cemetery areas.
As you sit there today, do you recall there being any type of grid or boundary at those areas when you were searching?
I don't, just right inside the fire pit and then the pet cemetery area. No specific boundaries in relation to those areas.
Do you recall seeing any type of grid placed on the ground?
I don't remember that.
You were also asked about something to the effect of being handed a shovel and walking around.
Yes.
When you first arrived at Mr. Daybell's property, what was the first thing you did?
I don't recall the first thing that I did.
Okay. At any point, did you have a shovel
Yes.
and walk around the property?
Yes.
And was that something you were instructed to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who instructed you to do it?
I believe it was Steve Daniels.
And do you recall who Steve Daniels is?
He's FBI. He's with the forensic. I think he was in charge of the scene that day.
So in fact, weren't you told before the search really got going in any specific areas to look around the property and see if you saw anything irregular?
Judge objection goes beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
Yes.
And were you with anyone else when you did that?
Yes.
Who were you with? Do you remember?
I remember Colin Erickson from the police department and Travis, I can't remember his last name, but he was FBI. And we were instructed to walk around the field and look for soft spots or different areas that looked different.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, there will be no further questions from the defense.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Schmitt. Was either side intending to have him held under subpoena until the trial's done?
Not from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Not from the state.
Okay, then you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying today. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Pryor, as I understand it, based on discussions we've had, the defense is not prepared with another witness this afternoon. Is that correct?
Judge, because of the travel, some of my experts will not be available until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, if that's where we stand, then we're going to need to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll continue from the court side of things, working on other administrative issues as we get towards the conclusion of this trial. I do want to let the jury know we're certainly mindful of your time and doing our best to get productive days in for you, to not extend things out unnecessarily. In a trial of this length, it can be difficult given the timing of scheduling things months and months in advance. So we're doing our best here, but we are going to go ahead and recess for the day, and we'll continue again in the morning then with another defense witness at 8:30. Thank you for your attentiveness today. As you break for the day, please follow the continuing instruction of the court to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate the case or follow any media that you see on the case. And we will see you here tomorrow morning for additional evidence, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
before I shut it down, I'm making sure that they aren't going to do some stuff outside after the jury leaves. Well, another short day. Unless we get some arguments or some motions or
All
something.
right, thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the courtroom conduct order, and we'll be in recess.
Nope, we done.
Folks, please grab all of your belongings as you head out.
Okay, I have to sit there and try to get to it before, as soon as I see it start to shut off. So if I make a face, that would be why. I'm going, concentrate, concentrate. Oh, okay. So I got up and actually went to get my dogs their snack. And so I wanted to reread what this part was all about, because I have no idea what that witness was for. Let's see if I can refresh this and get a good idea. Probably not. Let me see. Okay, what time is it? Oh, yeah, maybe so. All right, I'm going to scroll back a little bit before we end the day just so I can go over this really quick. Halfway the courthouse, boy says this is okay. We're back in court. Prosecutors and defense. Let me get through this. Okay, his name Kararic, whatever. I think it was Kararic. So it's Asmir Kararic, I think is how I pronounce it. AT investigator with the Idaho Attorney General's office. Kararic originally worked on the case. Was it? No, it wasn't that guy. It was the other one. It was this really quick one I wanted to read. Oh, Schmitt. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so I want to see what in the world. Okay, so this witness is Rexburg Police Detective Rick Schmitt. Is this the first time he's on the stand? And then all of a sudden he gets up there and then Boyce asks for a brief sidebar. Boyce says the jurors need to leave briefly while an issue is discussed. The jurors have left the room. Boyce says Schmitt may have inadvertently heard some trial testimony of a previous witness. Schmitt returned home from work and his wife was listening to a device. The clip was when Ron Arnold responded to John Pryor, "I don't know, you own the property." All parties agree that this doesn't create a major issue and Schmitt can testify. Pryor asks about Schmitt participating in shovel work at the Daybell property on June 9th, 2020. Pryor asks about Schmitt's testimony from Vallow's trial and said there weren't any boundaries. Pryor wants to help refresh Schmitt's memory by showing him a transcript of his testimony from Vallow's trial. Pryor says when he was given a shovel to go out and look, he responded, quote, "Yes, pretty much." Pryor has nothing further. Rob Wood will now cross-examine. Pryor asks for a sidebar. Boyce says the term, quote, "evidentiary hearing" was used in a question by Wood. Boyce tells the jurors to dismiss that and simply go with hearing. Wood begins questioning. He asks Schmitt about the, quote, "boundary" question he received, and if he recalls what that was about. Schmitt doesn't remember. Wood provides a transcript to refresh his memory. Schmitt is shown the transcript. Wood asks what he was asked about in relation to boundaries. Schmitt says that was in relation to the grid search. Schmitt was assigned to search the fire pit and pet cemetery. Wood asks if there were any boundaries in the area. Schmitt says there were no specific boundaries. Wood asks Schmitt to clarify about being handed a shovel and walking around. Wood asks Schmitt the first thing he did when he arrived at Daybells. He doesn't remember the first thing. Oh, he asked what was the first thing, I guess. He was instructed to carry a shovel and walk around. Does this go along with why Pryor kept pointing to the handle of the shovel, the black handle with the white stuff on it? Is this part of it? He was instructed to carry a shovel and walk around. Schmitt was told to walk around the property and look for soft spots or areas that looked different, he says. Wood has nothing further, and neither does Pryor. Pryor says because of travel, some of the experts witnesses, now we know, back at 8:30 in the morning. Okay, so my question about that, and hi, OG Breeze, good to see you. You probably are gone by now. Sorry, I was getting my doggies a snack. If I don't get them certain things at certain time, they drive me nuts because they are better at time than I am. Let's see. Indeed said for one who should have been looking for them could have cared less about them at all. Prior, you don't have experts, you have manipulators, says Candy. I'm getting to something. Brian says these people are up there with YSL for short days. Yeah, wish they would do more with the longer. Getting to be that way, yes. And Wendy says Addi has Cash App too, if any of you all want to. Thank you. 11 months. I cannot believe that for 11 months you have been doing that and I had no idea. This channel sat because I was doing my other work and I wasn't focused on it. And I'm glad that I did start it in 2015 because here we go. I get to try to do a channel on my own that has sat dormant for a very long time. Yes, I have over 8,000 subscribers, but I think most of them have fallen asleep waiting for me to resurrect this channel. I'm hoping that that's a thing that I can do. I'm working on it. So thank you for bearing with me. So who let me see. So what did you guys get? Wait, so you guys are I'm trying to see. Oh, what do we oh for the okay, never mind. What came back? It was yeah, they ended for the day because travel issues with his witnesses. No more barking. You're done. All done. You're done. So they had to end for the day early because of trying to get whatever that last thing was that Linda put in. That's the reason. So I don't know what y'all, whatever it was that you were congratulating Wendy for. Congratulations! I missed it. And John, one of these days I'll join the collective. Ooh, what are we joining? Groups scare me. No, it's going to end up like happy birthday to Val. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up. Because you're probably all leaving and running away while I'm catching up on comments. Becca here. They are congratulating me on my membership. Oh, she's been here. I have no idea until she put. I'm like, wait, what? Because I wasn't over here working this one. I was over working something yonder. My wife is gonna question the monthly charge though. What's the $5 for? The $5 is going to eventually be for stuff that part of it is, memberships are a good way if you don't want to support a content creator, by doing super chats or whatever. You can support them through membership, and that way they constantly are getting supported every month. But I'm working on things that I will be doing hopefully for members. I don't know what it's going to be yet. If y'all have any ideas, I do know that I do have I'm just going to put this out there. I do have a Discord. I'm trying to resurrect that. I do have a Discord. I'm trying to decide what we're going to do with and add that in as part of all this stuff. Remember, this was a dormant channel, and I'm trying to get it undormant. Wendy, I watched your Lego skills on the Lego channel. That is such a cute channel. And the roses, I need to go watch the end of that again and see how it turned out. I think you finished it, right? You got it all put together. The rose thing was awesome. I actually want to find that Lego set and do it. I want that. I'm all about plants and not necessarily a flower, but a flower girl. My husband knows, do not get me flowers, they die. I will take plants, I can keep them alive. I have my house is a jungle, and I can't put plants down here because I'm in the basement and plants need light. And the only light comes from one little tiny window that big. So I do not have plants down here, but I want to actually Lego plants. That would be pretty cool. I could put Lego plants. I want to find out where to get that roses. Sorry, I am trying to catch up. 1 second. No, Wendy is not engaged. I don't even have a well. That's what I thought at first. I'm going, wait a second. She's in what? What are we congratulating her for? Wait, oh, happy being seen. I'd be hard to incorporate someone in my life, but hey, you never know. You might trip over someone one day, and that might be the person for the rest of your life. Or you might meet them at your job, and you are still married to them 34 years later. Trying to get up. Oh, yes, guys, go. I need to get the thing. Wendy, are you wait? I need to make you a moderator. Hold on. I need to make Wendy a moderator. Did I already? I forget. Wendy, are you? Oh, wait. Hold on. I have to fix that. Wendy, let me make you a moderator. Wait, hold on. I keep meaning to, and I add as moderator. There we go. And now you can put in the MLS or his Lego page. His channel. You can put that in the chat. So, all right. Okay. Oh, you got the roses from Amazon. I'm gonna see if I can find those. That would be absolutely awesome. Yeah. Wendy is friends with a YouTuber. She'll put his link in. He does Legos and law. They put together Lego stuff while they talk law. He's I forget how to. He's a lawyer, I think. They've asked for me to be on the channel, but I'm chicken because I can't focus. I don't know if I can do two things at once: talk and put together a puzzle. Put together Legos at the same time. I don't know. I still think Rob Law and Lumber building the up house is my favorite. I need to pop over into some of these other chats and say hi. I think if anybody knows Rob from Law and Lumber, tell him I am very sorry that he was kept out of a certain chat. It was not because I wanted to. It was because it was my job and I was told to. Shh. Don't tell anybody. I felt horrible. And also Duty Ron is the same. Any issues that were there, if y'all know, tell them that was not I. If I had it to do, you guys can all drop whoever you like and talk about whoever you like in my chat. I'm good. I will give you permission if you need that. But yeah, I think it's awesome that these communities, if we could get to, do more get together or walk around, we'll go see each other in other chats and there are lots of these legal chats, legal lawyers doing the stuff. There's somebody else that I also watched and I forgot his name. His channel is The Lawyer You Know. I think I can't remember if he ever came in to visit a certain chat, but if any of them got poofed because of because yeah, it wasn't me. I promise. It was my job. You can clone Captain Unicorn. Oh, two of him. Oh, that'd be like he would say the same about me. Two of me? I go, just be glad I'm not a twin. Let's see. Wait. Oh, did Rob Law and Lumber chat clean up, or are they still all over him? I don't know. I think I walked in once, but I never said anything because I don't want. He probably was not very happy with me because, oh, I am so sorry to the world. Take care to whoever's leaving, and you're probably all leaving because I'm still up here doing comments, trying to catch up. Yes, I thought that's what I thought. I thought so. And isn't that such a great idea? What was it? What was the idea? I don't know. To be building Legos. Oh, it's a unique idea. I mean, it fits right along with my love of Legos, which I haven't had time to do in a while. And my son and I are going to get back to trying to put my Millennium Falcon together. It's been sitting in a box half done for quite some time because I was working upwards of 16 hours a day and I no longer am, other than doing this. So I told Rob already, oh, okay. Oh, tell anybody, yeah, tell him I'm not saying any more about it, but just, I am so sorry. I'm really not mean. Oh, Runkle of the Bailey. There's another name. Yes, I've seen his. I've gone into the chats. I just don't say anything. So I should probably start saying hi. We love seeing Addi in our chats. No, I don't go in there anymore. The chat is nuts. The mods are awful. I don't know where that is, but wherever it is, that's sad for that chat. Oh, Joe at Good Logic. Oh, there's another good one. I should write these down. I probably won't remember. I like this. I like Runkle of the Bailey. For some reason, that name I like the title of his thing. I love the channel title. And Becca says she can't handle Randall the Rob. I need to go in there and see. I should go see. But I'm scared. I'm scared he's gonna be mad at me. Brian, is a fun but long stream. This Saturday we'll be just talking about our Dollywood trip. Okay. Now, does the MLS Lego Law one, does that happen every 2 weeks or is it once a week? He does his lives. He just revamped his page that I remember. Okay, Runkle is cool. He has tons of followers. I need to go in and check him out and actually say something. If a channel is too huge, I most likely will just sit and watch. Like Emily D. Baker is one of my all-time favorites. Absolutely love her, but her channel is so big that it's a lot. I mean, granted, I was working a channel with 10,000 people in it. I get that, but I also, could see when my name would come up because it was highlighted. In there, I don't know, it's just too much, and I feel like, I can't really add anything to this, so I don't say anything. Joe, okay, so she says, Joe is a bit conservative, so just ignore when he's not your cup of tea. I just love all the cult joking stuff. I probably would be great with that. I actually used to be very conservative, but I've over the years changed a bit. And there's Runkles. Good. Thank you for putting Runkles in there. I'm gonna have to go. I should write this stuff down. Linda, if you're still here, if you see any channels that are being put in, can you put the names of them in our chat so that I can take a look and go subscribe to them? Thank you. If you're still here, if you're not, don't worry about it. Oh wait, I was referring to Law and Lumber. His chat is really crazy. People are just crazy about him. It's too much for me. I've been in there, not spoken, like I said, too big of a chat, but I will do better and I will try. Okay, so Runkle has been doing Bailey and Runkle of the Bailey has been doing the Karen Reed recaps. Even Court TV has been chatting in those. Oh, cool. Awesome. EDB chat is kind of mean. Okay, so let me see. Am I down to the bottom? Thank you, Linda. Thank you. I see that you got me. You were here. I wasn't sure. And I also want to put a big thank you out to the moderators that come in. Mal and Linda and anyone else who comes in and stays with us, and Linda for all her help putting in the stuff from Nate, all the sweets. I thank you very much. They keep me going. They support me. They bring me up when I start saying, when I start getting negative about myself, because that's how I roll. But I want to thank them very much for supporting and being here. And I want to thank you guys for supporting and helping this poor little channel to resurrect itself, and maybe, forming a little tight, cute, fun community over here who is okay with opinions and all the things that make it fun. So Runkle tends to be political in some of his views, and since he's a Canadian and so am I don't adhere to his views. Oh, if somebody, that's what I think, that channels should be able to have whatever opinion they want. Those who agree with him will gravitate to them. So, if I'm too non-conservative, I don't even know what I am anymore. I don't know. I'm not very good at politics at all. I didn't grow up with politics, given the former belief system that I used to be in. We did not do anything with politics, and so I am not very good at it. Like the first time I voted for somebody because I thought they were cute. That's probably a bad reason to vote. Yes, that is a thing. Whatever. Oh, don't tell anyone. They probably will come. Who was it? I'm not gonna say, but it involved it involved a cigar. Oh, let's see here. One last pop into Joe's channel. Joke about, but yeah, sometimes it's good. It's a bit too much. Okay. Wait, Brian. Did you have an oopsie slip of the fingers? Potentially criminal. Oh, see, no, okay. Potentially criminal is sassy Southern law. Right channel is chill. Question. I don't know. I'll go on a search and see what I can find and start, looking into the community of legal stuff. Even though I'm not a lawyer, I am just a person who likes to absorb lawyer stuff and support lawyers. All right. Well, I am at the bottom. I have made it to the bottom. And yes, this Valhalla awaits. I love the name of his channel. Every time I see it, I'm like, I love that name. I'm married to a Viking, Scandinavian Viking, with a Santa beard. Okay, everybody. If I wait, one more. Hold on. What is this? Every time I try, oh, sorry, I read the one above it. I don't know if Addi would like Sean. I was gonna say Nicholas and then didn't. I don't know who that is. So just, yeah, you can put in all the chats. We'll, get a good community going. We can, I'll go say hi in chats and stuff. And if I see y'all there, I'll wave at you. If it's too full, I'll wave and then expect no answer or no reply because, screens fly. Oh wait, sorry, I tried to read that. Valhalla is awesome in person too. Hot Viking rock. Oh my God. I know his beard. Oh, I'm a beard girl. I want it, and I want to put braids in it. My husband's all like, you're not braiding my beard. I go, okay, fine. You put coconut in your beard and I won't worry about the braiding part. If you smell like coconut, I'm good. So he does the coconut. Get ready to the wiggle dance. Oh, I'm almost there. I'll stop. I like going over y'all's comments. I love this. This is one of my favorite parts about all of this, is having conversations with you guys, being a part, like this is my thing. And Candy says, good night, all. I hope that you have a most wonderful weekend. Hump day is right around the corner. Hoping to not break another sink faucet. Love you, Candy. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you to each and every one of you. I want to hug each one of you. And thank you for the support, all of you. You know what? We will see you in the morning with, he didn't say who it was. Whatever the witnesses are, we'll see him in the morning. Thank you, guys. I got to put something. Hold on one second. There we go. Oh, wait. There we go. I keep forgetting to put that down. But I will do one thing. Hold on. I will put this little thing up. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I chitter chatter. All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? Bye.